Again, the students are going to present via a PDF, but the Miro board here, you guys can start to check it out and look at it. All right, so I believe it should be available. And Taylor, take it away. Our timing will be around 25 minutes per student. So just think about your presentation being like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and so you can get enough feedback.
Can you guys still see it or no?
We can see it. Looks good.
Okay. So for my project, I really wanted to challenge the idea of interlacing because throughout the semester, that was one idea that was constant in my proposals. So as I moved through this project, we really wanted to challenge interlacing and how it can distort spaces and also dissolve edges and kind of create a really dynamic space for people to interact with. Oh gosh. Okay. So to start with, we approached by having a problem, or not a problem, but a way that the museum, what they're typically known for, and we wanted to challenge that. So I wanted to challenge that by, while museums typically have divided spaces, I wanted to bring the spaces all together and kind of unify them and have them intertwine and interlace with one another, but yet still remain individual to some level, but always have a way that you can kind of see more than what you're supposed to see. So this is the first couple projects that I worked with throughout the semester, and my precedent for this project was the Zaha Hadid Maxi Museum in Italy. And these are some initial massings that I did, trying to create that interlacing. I started with some rails, and then from those rails, I stacked the programs accordingly, trying to interlace them and create dynamic shifts in each program. And then here, using those rails to extrude the mass from it and try to find the best mass that would fit the site and have a way to draw people in and also guide them through each space. And here's the site plan. And so here's a plan and section. So what I started with was this tectonic for the exterior cladding. And from there, that's when the interlacing really started, try to come apart and pull together. And it originally was just attached to the building. And then at the mid-review, I was challenged and asked, like, why can't it expand and why can't it become like a habitable space? So then from there, I took the cladding and extruded it out to the edges of the courtyard to completely like kind of encase it, and then also have it so that it's passable, and it kind of creates this threshold on the ground floor of the museum. You can kind of see that in section. It kind of blurs and distorts the edges, and you kind of can't really tell where the building starts and where it ends because it's all pixelated, and as you go around it, it has different views. So here's an exploded axo of the tectonic that's used on the exterior cladding of the museum. That's the building on the site in relation to the courtyard. Here's a section chunk, so you can kind of see how you have the wall and then you have the cladding that comes attached to it and extrudes out and creates a space in between, and then also allows for the potential to possibly have movable cladding at some point in the future, and really create that dynamic threshold to enter the museum. And here's the front elevation. and kind of going around, and you see how the pattern and interlacing, it creates this dynamic facade and kind of changes as you go around the museum. And I also have a turntable animation that I can show you guys so you can see how it changes and shifts as you move around the space. And in the interior, creating that same kind of dynamic sense in that you have these striations and also interlacing the interior in terms of display and have that create that kind of movement, and also have it attached to a storage space. So there could be potential at some point in time so that the vitrine extends into the storage space and you can see what's inside the storage space as well. And then I'll show the animation that I have. And that's it.
You want to maybe leave us with like a kind of a condensed project statement just so we can jump in?
Okay, sure. So for my project, I wanted to challenge the facade and create an interlacing effect and dissolve the edges of the museum, and also create that unifying and dynamic interior so that you could see more and interlace the spaces so that it's not just one space. It could be used as multiple spaces at a time, but also have those moments of isolation so that when you're in one space, you're conscious of that space, but you could also be conscious of other spaces as well.
It's always hard to be first on both sides of this.
I know.
The silence, both sides of the silence.
I know. I mean, I think also, you know, what's not being said here is like this type of technique is trying to challenge the, you know, the discrete display areas and discrete archival areas. I mean, I think that's what Taylor's trying to say in a way. But yeah, go.
Taylor, do you think there's an image that really gets to that dematerialization of edge, like in a spatial sense? I mean, I can understand it when you say it at that outer level. I'm curious what effects it's having as you move through.
So kind of on the first floor plan, you can see this as like, so the cladding, you can see how it extends over here. It does come above too. So it kind of also allows you to like move through the interior and not really have like a clear sense of opening potentially. And then also as you move through, there's kind of like here, it's an exhibition space, but you can see how there's walls, but they also like stray from each other, and it's not like a consolidated space, but it's still like a defined space in a way. So you're like separate, but at the same time you're not.
I'm forming my image, but I'm kind of oscillating between like newer things out of, say, Kengo Kuma, who is like the master of louvers for a long time, but then it started to branch out into this discrete element kind of world where it's making more of a cloud, more of something thick, like in this Starbucks project and things like that, which also ties me to like Francois Roche's Frac museum proposal. And I'm trying to figure out where it kind of lies in there, right? Like right now it feels a little bit like the Starbucks project, where it's kind of more this cloud that you experience, and it filters light and views and has some kind of like soft spatial boundary. Do we ever get a chance to kind of go into that, like be more surrounded by it or enveloped by it, or is it always kind of on the periphery of our experience?
I think the goal was to have that effect at one point, and I think that's on the exterior in the way that it creates thresholds for people to enter, because it gradually expands, and then it also gets more dense at periods of time, so you can kind of enter the space as you choose to, and not really. So you kind of like know when you can and can't enter this space. So it really just depends.
Yeah. Actually, can you go to the some kind of isometric or oblique view? I mean, I think like all the imagery is really exciting, and the effects you're getting out of kind of the speculations on materiality and the willingness to kind of be excessive with that expanded or by kind of sliced up interlacing shell is very exciting. Actually, there's one that's like really confusing to look at. It's a couple more slides. Yeah, this one. Back to the one before this. I'm kind of wondering if this starts to show where that switch or ambiguity is, because many of the others, it's like very much from the outside or very like discrete moments, like a plan, and so it's harder to see. But here, as a type of drawing that's like challenging to look at, actually starts to like oscillate back and forth between it being thicker space and sometimes cladding, which I think is nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanted to pick up on what you were saying. I agree, and I think this is a really beautiful project. I think the skin of this is kind of very well developed, and it came out really beautifully. So congratulations on that. My biggest kind of problem, and you can see it here, is that you kind of create these interior spaces with this kind of very normative rectangle, and then kind of chip away at it only a little bit with the kind of really beautiful skin that you created. And you can see moments kind of in between where you have, this 2-floor additional structure in the original building where there's almost potential for architectural spaces to be created there. Right. And even if it's not for people, is it for animals? Like what can occupy that space? And I think it would be interesting if you wanted to take this further, begin to kind of dematerialize those kind of walls that I can like draw on it, which is cool. So I'm going to do that.
Yes, please.
Like these kind of walls, take them away and let them kind of become the skin that you developed, and let there be more of a gradient condition between the interior and exterior, as opposed to creating these masses and then adding your skin on top of it. And I think that would really kind of talk about the interlacing kind of idea that you were going for a bit more. You can begin to see it here too. I think that would be really interesting space to be in. And I think it perhaps is more interesting than this space over here, for instance. So yeah, get rid of these walls and just let like kind of the beautiful thing that you designed be your project, so, but great job. I think a lot of the drawings are really gorgeous.
Thank you.
I think that's a really good, oh, sorry.
No, please. Go.
Okay. I was gonna say, I think like, yeah, the idea of the kind of hard line of the separation between interior and exterior, I agree with the previous statement that you perhaps start to treat the aggregate as the actual defining barrier rather than kind of artificially putting in a wall. But then also, and again, it's kind of treating, how can that kind of cloud become, could it have some other secondary spatial qualities where there's perhaps other program lodged in the poche of that cloud as well. But I think there's one of the things that I really liked was the axon, like kind of early massing study that you did, like the very last, I guess it's number 35 on here. And I feel like that's kind of when you talk about how you start to disrupt space or unify space in this way, you start to have like this type of recursive subdivision that's happening there. And I feel like that, I mean, obviously influenced like kind of your overall facade that came from it, but I think there's like a further inquiry that could be done for interior space that's based on this type of like module that you've created, and how you're blending the spaces together or perhaps separating them for some things. But I realize that you're trying to expose back of house in this scenario, but also really loved the very as used to turntables as we all are. I feel like the turntable was really cool because you get this like, you really get that interlacing effect, but then you get this whole moire anti-aliasing like kind of glitch frayed edge, which starts to really disrupt your understanding of the volume itself. And so I feel like all the elevations are are really powerful for your argument, and like the plan kind of undermines it because it's very clearly like it is a formal entity at that point. So it's yeah, I think like those type of strengths from the elevations are great. So anyways, good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree with all the comments. I think it's interesting. We're at a climate where we need a threshold between inside and outside, just because, you know, most seasons that's really necessary. So in a way, I totally agree that there's a question of how do you then create this porous boundary that still allows for an enclosure, like a complete enclosure. Maybe that means that there needs to be another level of intelligence to that skin that closes more. So then it's not like an applique, but it's something that between the gaps you actually have glass or any other kind of insulation, or some kind of an understanding where that skin is truly porous, but not really porous because it can't be. So I think that, yeah, in a way, I have no expectation that you would have resolved that at this point, not with 3 projects. And like, I think that would be another full semester's work to actually try to figure out what that means. But I think that could be the next step. And another kind of next step that you're talking about, I think you'd want to intertwine those spaces. And at least in your statement, right, you're trying to blend and mix and create maybe ambiguities as to when there's a oneness versus multiple spaces. But I think for that, you also need to activate the section more. So I think a lot of what you're doing is thinking about that line that moves in plan and begins to interweave. But what I think it could do more of that in section. And you look at the maxi as a precedent, and I think that does it in a really interesting way. The sections in that precedent are quite dramatic. And so I think that would be really interesting for you to try to understand that. And maybe lastly, like when I look at the site plan, it's really tricky for me to think about that beautiful courtyard that now is filled with this chunk of building. And so I think that porosity needs to also begin to think about how light comes into the existing buildings as well as to the new building. And I think actually you're setting that up, right? You're kind of setting up this thick boundary that would allow for that porosity to take place. So I think that could be another super interesting acupuncturist move as to how that cloud gets fragments of light in, or even how reflections begin to happen, or refractions that the light inside the old buildings, you could almost say it becomes a totally different quality than it ever was before. So you could almost say, okay, what happens if this building actually heightens or creates a really new, strange, kind of introduces the strangeness to the system and creates almost like that courtyard begins to be a prism or some kind of really interesting lighting device. So if in that way, you kind of creating the detriment of putting a big building into the courtyard as an asset. I think that could be really interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I totally agree with Yael's comment, and I think that as for the interior, it's really related to what Mia said previously. So Taylor, first of all, I really appreciated your presentation and representation as well. It's very thorough, and you know it's clear as to the understanding of the exterior development in relation to the site and in relation to the surrounding as well. So I really appreciated that. For the interior, because you studied the Maxi, I would definitely look at what the staircase of Maxi is doing. It's not typical. It's not the way that you have for the fire stairs around the core. It's actually that the stairs are aligned and then it kind of bifurcates from one side to the other side. So it's almost like there's a journey of interior by going through the stairs in a maxi. And that's significantly contributing to the way in which the exhibition is curated there. So, well, it's kind of funny. I was there this year before COVID, and you know, it's a wonderful experience to be there. So if you have a time, if you have a chance, after this extraordinary thing is over, I highly recommend you to visit there. So for the interior, there's still a development that is really latent, and I would like to see some more precedents to develop it further. And on the other side, as in the exterior, I really loved the way that you stated. It wasn't just a single word, but you specifically said it, the pixelation. And I just wondered, like, if there's any kind of further understanding of that word here. In my take on, I see that there's this kind of not scientific, but it's more of the new strategies of the delivery of geometry because of those flows, you know, running horizontally. But what I'm interested in here is rather the way in which those are terminated. You see some cuts that you delivered here, like for the apertures or for some of the terminations that occurs along the landscape. And at that short end kind of assimilates the way that the brick facade of the building behind behaves. It's almost like a camouflage of the facade on top of the surroundings. And I thought that was a fascinating idea. It's somehow the scale becomes smaller and smaller, but it's still kind of contemporary. There's some duality of understanding here, and I believe that it's that part could be further developed in terms of the way that the geometry and the materials are culturally charged, and then the cultural understanding of your project will be really attached to this site and becoming a site specific. So think about that. Like, you know, when you develop that, you guys started from the object, but in the end, it's actually becoming something attached to the site. And you know, that's gonna bring you to some next stage, I guess, where you can think about the environment, you can think about the light, you can think about the material. To Yael's point, you know, the ambiguity of the environment from the outside to the inside. So, you know, I highly again recommend you to think about that at the end of the semester. You know, there's more that you can develop from this stage. So, but overall, great project. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Maybe I can jump in for a quick comment. First of all, again, thank you for a beautiful presentation. And I have to agree with, of course, many of the comments from the jury. One thing that I keep is that, like, in many aspects, your project does embody a bit of a contradiction or a duality. And certainly in the way that you present it, when you're talking about interlacing, for example, you're talking primarily about the relationship between two spaces, right? Between as a threshold between two different conditions. But at the end, we actually kind of rarely really see that, right? Like, I think that is really what the jury kind of keep asking for. But the truth, the way that I see it, I guess, what is really exciting about your project is that it doesn't just do that, right? Like, you're telling us that it does that, but then you're showing us something else that is quite intriguing and both geometrically and organizationally to a certain extent complex, or at least has the further ambition of becoming complex even in its organization. And that is the way that, like, let's say a three-dimensional form can press over a thick kind of poché condition that is also aerated. And then also by interlacing that, you're trying to address a really complex corner problem that as you twist around it, let's say it plays with your eye. You cannot quite understand what's two-dimensional, three-dimensional, and it plays with you on how you understand also transparency through it. All of those things have to do with the object in itself and how it reflects its form outside. Gorgeous. And actually, I mean, again, there's so much we can talk about. How do you turn a corner on a circle versus how does that corner become a conflict, and how does that relate with what do you carve into it, right? But I think that also, to come back to both what you were saying, but also Yael and everyone else before, is that there is an even more exciting moment when those reflections capture the environment, right? And then you not only kind of are affecting the object that you're designing, but you're also affecting the total perception of the environment within it, right? So interlacing both through reflection and through transparency on that level will like basically turn this into a completely different, let's say, interior render, right? Because I think that what I'm describing is actually captured in a lot of other moments in a sense. The Zaha Hadid project that I would look for is their proposal at the Louvre, not so much the Maxi. And it's exactly for that space that Yael kind of started pointing out. How do you bring light in that really compressed, let's say, moment in the courtyard? And how do you play with those reflections? Really gorgeous project. Really, really nice note to start on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to follow up with Ezio's comments. First of all, I really loved your project. The skin articulation is absolutely beautiful. And when you rotate the project around, it seems like the project has facade, has different faces. I can tell it's the different times of the day, or it's the changing of the materiality. It's just very fascinating, very beautiful work. And also seems like you have the ambition to try to attempt the idea of interlacing at different levels at, for instance, space, program, and also material skin levels. I think you also have a touch on the interior design, which is very well development, way more further development than our project, like from 7 years ago. So I would recommend you to see another project from UN Studio. They had a project, it's a residential smart house called Mobius House, I think. It has only like 2 levels, but the circulation is for the wife and husband. They're 90% separated, and they have certain points that in the house that they meet each other. So I think you have been trying to, from the section, I can see that you seem to have different programs on different levels, and they seem to be connected by central atrium, which is a great attempt. I think you can push that even further and maybe think about the real museum program requirements and how they can be laid out in your beautiful art piece, both exterior and interior, and even think about the site, the courtyard around your site. And a last comment I would give you is that seems like right now your beautiful skin, it only has horizontal elements. Maybe give it a very small section cut, show some vertical like joints. I know Danielle is really good at sketching those beautiful detail moments. Maybe I just ask her to do your favor, like draw like a very small zoom in close up section. Just, you know, architects tend to think in the early days to think everything is floating by themselves. But the earlier you can start thinking about structure, the detail joint, the better will be for you as for your career and your study.
Well, thank you guys. Those are amazing comments. Unfortunately, we have to move on, but amazing work, Taylor. You've been, I think, taking all the kind of amazing feedback you got today and also kind of maybe making last adjustments as this goes and fits in your portfolio, but beautiful project. And thank you for your consistent kind of work ethic and enthusiasm in the studio. So bravo.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're gonna have Alec take us to the next project. Thank you so much, Alec.
Thank you. Everyone, as Danielle just said, my name is Alec. Thanks for coming today to critique us. So I guess since I didn't have to go first, I don't have to entirely reintroduce the project to you, but to reiterate, the purpose of this project was to design an extension to the Penn Museum. We talked a lot about, as Danielle said, we started with making considerations about designing containers for the actual artifacts. And then we kind of ramped up in scale throughout the semester. So a lot of times we talked about accessibility, like how the objects are held or viewed. And we were asked to take those considerations into the larger program of an actual museum building. So like a lot of people, I focused on an idea of, the relationship between the people who are in the museum and the artifacts that are being on display. Not only the artifacts on display, but every other artifact in the museum. We talking about it and touring different museums around here, like the Fisher Fine Art Library and the actual Penn Museum. We came to the realization that the vast majority of the collections are actually kept in archive spaces and may never really be brought up except for a tiny fraction of their recorded life so far, which is kind of a shame because that means there's a lot of wealth in museums that we never really get to experience. And like a lot of other people, with my project was focused on trying to break down that barrier and maybe bring those artifacts back into public experience, even if people can't really get into the archive spaces. So it's about like establishing, kind of trying to diminish the boundary between the two. So,
Alec, do you think you could put it in full screen?
Yes. Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
of course. That's better. All right, so we started with material exploration a lot of the time. I was interested in materials that had some sort of translucent quality, but also brought other aspects of, they kind of enrich the viewing experience somehow. Not just like it's a glass window and you can see it at the window, but either the tectonic or the specific, what it was made out of would kind of enhance your view. And for my project, I really liked using this material up here. It's in the top right. It's like an airboard where if you look through the middle of it, you can like kind of see through it. But also depending on the angle of the other ones, they partly obscure what's being held behind you. This big render on the right is our group project for the container, which that's partly used in there, and also some other photovoltaic stuff is going on in there. But like I said, for my project, I wanted to focus on using the airboard. But to do that first, I went through many series of iterations. I kind of struggled to get this project going off the ground, where I took like different kinds of massing and developed a language of like shells based on the groupings of the massing parts. And these different shells were then, not only did I incorporate the airboard in them, but strips of them were surgically taken away so that the project ended up having a layering quality where it was like a bunch of a lot of different tectonics came together, but in a way where they were treated kind of similarly, where parts of them were peeled, revealing inner layers that in turn also had a sort of translucency to them, which might be a little clearer in some of my later drawings. As you can see, there's the poche thickens between different public areas, while in the archive areas, it's kept fairly rectilinear. But still, the boundaries between them become sort of amorphous and hard to discern. Here's some more of my plans and sections. Another part of the project that was important to me was, like I talked about, trying to blur the boundary between archive and public spaces. Part of this involved the circulation, where it's made of this airboard material in the middle, as you can see, but people kind of have to walk through walk through areas of the archive that are carved away in order to actually make it through other parts of the museum. So not only they're not really separated from the archive, I mean they are, but they're also traveling through it, which is a weird kind of I tried to establish those double meanings for the project. But perhaps these qualities are probably best seen in some of my renders. Here's some elevations. You can see what I was talking about here with the circulation. And okay, so different parts of the outer shells of these public areas are carved away, like I said already, and the airboard is placed between them at very specific moments where maybe things are exhibited in those areas. They do interesting things with the light and view where you can kind of see into them, but also they obscure the view slightly. And here's an interior render. Oh, and this is a big part of the, I don't want to keep talking, but this is a big part of the project I forgot to mention, whereas in certain parts of the interior, you can kind of see into the archive a little bit, not in like a sense where you're trying to watch what's going on, but in ways that provide specific views of like the shelves or the sorting areas that are actually behind the exhibits. And that's my project. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Do you want to take us to the mural board?
Yeah.
Hello, Wink, I just saw you in here. Thank you for joining. Nice to see you so early.
I know, right?
Yes.
It's good. Early is good.
Early is good.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
So maybe Alec, you can also tell us a little bit about those two spaces, right? Like one of the space is the exhibition, and I think you're trying to blur the boundaries between the research area and the exhibition space. Maybe is there somewhere in the plan that might show that?
Sure, yeah. So a lot of the public areas of the museum, not just exhibition areas, but also community learning or other sorts of community education areas, those in the exhibition areas are all kind of encapsulated in what I was showing in these renders, but maybe I didn't explain very well. These are sort of like blobby amorphous shapes that have like these varying pochets and thicknesses, while the archives are housed in these more rectilinear forms. But the boundary between them kind of gets challenged wherever they intersect. As you can see, there's not one central archive space, nor is there one central exhibition area. I kind of broke them up and scattered them around the site very specifically in order to get different opportunities where one is pushing against the other, and where the archive space meets maybe like an exhibition area or any other public area. Really, the boundary between them kind of gives way a little bit. Like it's still there. Obviously, you can't have people just walking into the archives. It's not safe or secure. But there's supposed to be like an effect that you can't really deny.
Alec, why did you feel that the archives had to be blocks versus like the bubbles?
Well, honestly, I considered making the entire thing like very, like bubbly and kind of like loose, but I realized that would be kind of awful for the people who actually work in the archives. They still have to organize everything. And I didn't want to just like scatter like shelves and all these random positions where the archive workers would actually absolutely hate their lives if they had to actually work in there. So I tried to find a compromise where, things were still like sort of orthogonal, but they could also be influenced by those ideas I was telling you about.
Yeah, I mean, I was quite stunned actually that your bubble shapes actually also, I mean, very few people do this, and that's kind of a very rigorous decision, that your bubble shapes also have a floor that is round, right? Like it's also curved. And that's interesting because you could imagine that if you made a bubble and it was double height, because I see you're going through let's say the ground level or the plaza level, you could potentially float floors in there that are perfectly straight, right? And your archive bookcases, I guess that's the diagonal stripes in there, they're not touching the wall. So essentially it's solvable. And I think, it'd be interesting next time to really try, because I think your perspective where you show these brick spaces, it's a really beautiful space you're creating with the tiny little holes and the light wells that you're making. Yeah, here, this big guy on the right. Not this one. It's an interior view.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This one, yeah, the perspective, yeah. Yeah, so if you imagine that this is double height and that your floor is somewhere halfway, hold on. You know, the floor could be here, right? Then basically what you have is an underground area that has this curvature here, but your floor will be straight with bookcases on it. So I think there is ways around it that could have made it possible for you to kind of be consistent with your concept, because you know, once you have a concept, it's always interesting to try and make it work rather than give up on it. And I think you have a really nice concept and got very far with it. And I think the openings and the light in here is very beautiful. So it'd be nice to kind of try and see next time, you know, like stick to your concept and see whether you can solve it. Because maybe then you don't have to compromise, and you know, maybe you don't have to drive people crazy. Maybe they actually love it, right? So I would also say do these perspectives like early on, so that you can really understand, you know, what you're creating.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that. There's a lot of ways this could get better, but it was fun to explore.
I think that view is really interesting. It reminds me a lot of the spatial qualities of Gaudi's Casa Mila, like attic space, where he was, you know, both a structural tectonic of the brick or the small ceramic block, but also kind of exploring other ideas of structure there to solve all of the geometric kind of collisions that he introduced to the building and kind of the play. It might be something interesting to look at and also to think about in terms of the making of this. I'm super curious about it. It may not be like the most pressing factor of the studio, but thinking in terms of how do you deal with this kind of texture application that you're suggesting material in a making way, and these like lines of force and structure that would, I think, open up a lot of these possibilities, because now it's very much a shell, and there's, I think, a lot of potential in that it's more arching over and suspending and holding things. So like these weird like display cases that have to like fit in the right place, they seem like kind of like a clash or collage, which could be a design choice, but I think with something that has like bearing and structure holding over the space, those things can start to like suspend and hang and actually maybe celebrate that curved edge of the floor in certain places. It's not so weird to have, because we're not trying to move around other things that are stable like we're used to. We're instead like moving through a field of kind of spatial suspended objects, suspended ourselves.
Yeah, I completely agree with Robert's comment, and I think that's really related to Winka's comment as well. The way that you display an object or even paintings on the wall, like the way that you store things on the shelf. So Alec, you know, you made like a really great presentation here, and you know, especially the way that you formed the interior, I think that's super gorgeous. And I would like you to ask yourself, like, why is, like, you know, contemporary museum usually made out of like straight walls? Like, you know, most of the walls are used for paintings or like any kind of thin sculptures that's attached onto the wall. And it's kind of funny. I was teaching museum program this semester at my institute, and you know, I had my students used not a straight wall, everything is curved, and then they were so confused because they can't think of the way to hang the paintings. And that's actually the challenge and an opportunity. It's not again, like, you know, I'm not criticizing your project here. I'm actually finding way more opportunities by seeing such a kind of fluid interior. And to Robert's point, I guess that by having such an blobby or bladder shapes aggregated, you're probably instinctively forming a structural system here. And by forming the structural system, you're actually eliminating the columns inside of it. That's really important for the museum. Without having the columns, you're actually able to move things around. You're actually even able to move the walls and shelves around. And that's completely different than the contemporary museum does. So I think there's like huge findings that you have here through this project, and I would like you to observe, or I'd like you to further observe that way and analyze that way, so that you can probably find more of the things that would probably drive your project, not only this project, but the project that you will develop in the following semester further. So great project. I didn't mention the exterior or compositions at all, but with that included, amazing project. And then I would like to congratulate you on finishing the first semester.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I totally agree with all the comments, and I'm trying to understand what the structural system is, because I think there are different possibilities of what that might be. Is it about that shell and this as starting to create a compressive strength, or is it about these actually perpendicular spikes that begin to create a different kind of relationship? So I think that right now is a little bit vague, but as you, and I think it's clear that it's vague because in the plans and sections it's a poche, and to me that like it's really interesting. Like one of the moments I think are super interesting is where you're starting to set up this relationship between the storage and the museum, this kind of Schaulager, kind of like in the Broad Museum where you go through, but you can't touch, right? So there's an idea that vision is still a way of connecting. And when you look at your plans, it's still a poche. Like I'm not aware of that relationship, but I think that relationship is critical for you. So I think as you begin to draw and develop these systems and draw them, there could be other possibilities. Like I think it's a little bit strange. And I think that might relate to Winka's comment as well. When you look at the shelving, it's a totally different system, right? It's kind of almost like a ready-made shelf that you put in because you need shelving. But I wonder, can it relate back to the system? And did you use the orthogonal system as trying to have a counter measure to the round? Because I don't think actually that the shelving is very rational or logical when you look at the plan. So maybe maybe that relationship between the orthogonal and the bubble could happen in the interior as a relationship between the structure and the program, whether it's in the floor slab scale as was suggested, or does it happen in the scale of a potential, even as moments where things could hook into those holes that you have as potential structural moments for even temporary walls or shelving. So I think it could be a super radical way of thinking about the museum and exhibition in general as a prototypical structural system as well, in relationship to the beautiful lighting and spatial relationships that you're setting up that I think are really beautiful both inside and out. So it's a really super interesting project that has such potential, I think, to develop the detail of. So I really commend you for that.
Thank you.
I agree with a lot of the comments that have been, said. I actually am kind of particularly interested in kind of the more orthogonal geometry that are the archives. And I think it's really interesting that you decided to use brick, because if we think about the context, not like in a traditional contextual way, but you're sitting in the courtyard of the Penn Museum. And so I think the choice of using brick is interesting. And I think it's almost a missed opportunity in the sense that, you know, you have, and you show in your kind of one plan diagram, like your intestine having this one connection back to the museum. But I actually think there's a larger contextual relationship between where you're using the brick and the building itself. And I wonder if there's more of a way to create this ambiguity between what you're adding on, you know, with these brick structures and the building itself, right? Is there some sort of gradient condition that you're creating between the original museum, you know, your orthogonal archive boxes, and then the, you know, kind of intestinal objects that are the exhibition spaces? And I think, you know, to echo on a lot of the comments, the kind of gradient condition between those three, I'll call it three conditions, haven't quite happened yet. But I think if you go to, it's the image, it's kind of like your section perspective where you have in your Miro board on the top right.
This one?
Yeah, this one. I mean, I actually think that where you have like those kind of glass tubes cutting through the eyelet shape of the brick, I actually think that's a really beautiful condition, and you're really starting to create some sort of kind of hybridity between the kind of the brick condition and the intestinal condition. And I think it could be developed more. I mean, it's kind of funny, you have the brick becomes a surface, right? But the brick is a mass, right? It's a thick poché unit. So I would think about the materiality. I also don't think that the intestines are, you know, those thick concrete shells. But maybe thinking about, I mean, that would be the tectonic element, right? And then the brick would be the stereotopic element. But I think thinking about what materials are and what they want to be would be helpful in kind of creating a better kind of gradient condition between all three kind of conditions of the site, being the original building, your kind of brick archiving, and then like this kind of intestines. But I think it's a great job, and I actually really love a lot of the renderings. You're capturing really great lighting conditions, and you know, I can feel the kind of the space very nicely. So congratulations on being done with your first semester.
I'm happy about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think to kind of keep going on that thought, like when you look at the original massing that you kind of run through with all these different like cubes and different program types, et cetera, and it's kind of like, I guess I would like view it as you're kind of always dealing with a degree of smoothing between like the original very cubic massing up until this like more blob form in the front. And so it's kind of a gradient moving from back to front. And then I think that's like, perhaps that's what you start to allow to better influence the space based on program. I think it was like, I think there was a fine line where you decided hard, smooth, and then you start to get into that in some of the three-dimensional seam lines, I guess, between the two. It's not quite as reflective in the plan as others have mentioned as well, where you start to have, it's just a hard wall running straight into a very smooth surface. But also one of the things that with Winka's sketch that she drew on your perspective, it's kind of thinking about how do you maintain that more curvilinear surface quality while also allowing some form of like rational resolution inside of the space for the gallery itself. And when you think about the way that a boat is designed, a boat inherently has a curved hull at the bottom of it, but then you have these horizontal platforms that allow you to actually use the hull, and then you have other services that are stored down below as well. So I think it's kind of adopting that type of mentality of, you know, you can make this space as blobby or curvilinear as you want to, and it can be resolved. And so don't feel like you have to like default to some type of rational form just to get by with some type of like program. But secondly, I really appreciate the like voyeuristic quality of these, what did you call them? The glass airboards, I guess.
Yeah.
So like, yeah. What's that, sorry?
That was the proprietary name I found.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I think as others have mentioned, the Broad Museum being a kind of example of looking into an archive space. But what I also appreciate is that you've included it on the exterior looking into the main gallery space. So not only do the objects become something that people look at from the exterior, but also the people become something people look at. So it's like this whole interaction of interior to exterior, because museums tend to have this kind of enclave mentality or feeling where it's a separate world from the exterior. And so it's trying to like blend those together, I think is really interesting. So good job.
So I think we're gonna have to move on if there was a last comment that anyone wanted to make. But thank you so much for all of your feedback. Thank you also, Alec, for kind of really sticking with this concept and playing it out to the level of the detail. I also really love that you brought, your earlier research from the mixing chamber project. It really kind of blossomed here and was able to be unpacked in an architectural way. So beautiful. And I love that night render. I'm glad you got that out. That's gorgeous. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys for all the feedback.
All right, so we're gonna move to Joa. Joa's gonna show us his beautiful project next. And you have the floor. Joa's tuning in from Florida today, right? I'm sure the weather is a lot nicer than it is here on the east.
Oh yes, a lot warmer.
I can see that Florida sunshine behind you.
Oh yes, yellow tone of the sunshine. So
perfect.
It's good to be here. So
and
good morning,
maybe
everyone.
Go full screen so we can see it like uninterrupted. Yes. Thank you.
And can everyone see that? Great. So good morning. My name is Joel, and this is my building called Hermetic Evocation, which hermetic means something sealed and enclosed, and evocation, a recalling of a memory or feeling. So this building integrates spaces with the displacement of typically undisclosed principles that transcends the fallacy of dichotomy. And dichotomy in architecture can mean contrast in materiality, public versus private spaces, and also different planes, vertical and horizontal planes. And in this project, I challenged those perceptions in architecture with, in some places, the union of it, but with mostly the integration of people within the space. So in the previous research in this project, so you can see on the right slide, an idea of the depth of perception of depth and the challenge of that, as well as a pattern through project 1A that we did at the very beginning of the project. So this translates into the materiality of this museum that goes from magenta black that does not absorb any light, so gives that misperception of depth, as well as translucent space that gives you the depth within different planes, but not really the reality of what's happening behind. So another way to break this dichotomy is through the planes. So in these studies of a form where walls becomes floors, as well as walls become ceilings, integrates the again the materiality as well as the structure of this building. So in this drawing, you can see some of the elements already that what this building kind of described as a fifth facade, since it's an underground museum. You can see how it sits below the existing Penn Museum, and these vessels that protrude out, they tend to sit as a singular element, as I'm going to show later in Axon, but they sit as a singular in the outside, but they come together as one element in the interior of the building, connecting all the spaces and floors in different programs. So in this drawing, you can see how the element of a roof becomes, again, the floor and the walls, and then the vessel that is a skylight that brings natural light within the space. So in this section, I think is the one that describes best what I'm talking about in this building. So really that the transition of one element into different planes, as well as the viewing from different spaces into the main galleries of the museum. So again, this dichotomy of public and private. In this program, I challenge what a museum is. In reality, the museums, as you know today, they're very private spaces and sometimes not welcoming. So in this element, bringing the museum down to underground and remaining with the courtyard as it exists today really challenges the idea of, emphasize today to the museum that having a wall there so you cannot see that that courtyard. So really invite people in and really challenge the idea of a private museum, turning this into a public museum. So these are the archive spaces that are similar to the gallery spaces, that they have this dichotomy of scale, but in reality, they're both public in a sense that people have the same viewing perception of both spaces. So breaking the hierarchy as well. Another section that explains this, the idea of the planes, and then the floor plans that defines open spaces at the very bottom. This is the subfloor 3. So really not separating the elements, and as I said, the displacement of traditionally enclosed spaces is challenged through this museum as well. So here you can see a view of the courtyard that, this central piece with them calling the monolith, which is, again, it's a contrast between the morph of the vessels versus the orthogonal of the monolith, is also a space where, it becomes a central access to the museum where people in the public area can sit and, enjoy the environment, but it's also an archive space underneath it. So the idea of, being the central piece for the people, this place can also be the central piece of the museum with the archives, which is, basically what we're challenging in this program as well. So some of the idea of the materiality here, showing some of the contrast with the aged materials. Venta black and smooth concrete. And here the idea of the translucent space, that it's you can identify that there is a space behind it, but not really the depth of it. As well as scale of spaces where you have, tall spaces that creates the hierarchy, but within the same program, smaller ceiling heights that dictates that contrast as well. So this architecture is based on the contrast and, really challenge the dichotomy of opinions and quality in architecture to bring, the diversity of the artifacts, the museum, and the people that uses it.
Perfect. Maybe you can leave us with one of the views.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Maybe that outside view, so we can understand the fifth facade. And perhaps just leave us with like a last sentence about how your project has kind of taken a much different strategy, I think, than any other project in the studio.
I think one thing that also I'd like to mention is the continuity of this project that, I keep mentioning the challenge. And I think this project really focuses on the contrast of something that might seem unique on a space, but in fact, he continues through different scales and planes. I think the site plan also can describe that well with the continuity of the vessels that I highlighted in this great fill. That is a continuity throughout the site that really defines spaces that sits in between them.
I mean, I can jump in. First of all, I want to start by saying I really, really love your project. It's a really gorgeous project on so many levels, and you're so eloquent the way that you present it, and even kind of how do you tease out in your presentation the kind of strongest points of it. I mean, I think that you're extremely considerate by the way that you, let's say, not only organize space and form, but the way that you also inhabit that space through like really, really clean and very precise, like acupuncture kind of type, let's say, gestures, right? I'm really intrigued by that fifth facade, but kind of furthermore on how elements inhabit it, but also of how the, let's say, the collision of the main circulation as this ramp punctures it in a way. It's there, but it's also, it hides itself from you in a way, right? Like even though organizationally it's super simple and you would never have any trouble finding your way around it, at the same time is extremely playful in the way that it invites you to visit certain areas. I want to say I'm a bit, how to say, not to sound like a critique, because I think that your drawings are beautiful, but I also want to say that your representations are stoic in the way that they begin to represent your project. Like, I only to say that because I think that the project has even more to offer back to you, not only in terms of specific spatial experiences, but also detail. So like, for example, in your Swazi, like the best moment of the project is kind of hidden, right? Like the how do you really inhabit that part of the, or how does that ceiling, let's say, reflects from the interior? I would love to see a picture of that. Or, but in any case, I don't want to make it sound like a critique. I want to say that you're extremely particular of how much you invite us in and how you are choosing to be evocative. So like, congratulations, really, really beautiful project.
Yeah, I think I'm really drawn to your urban plan. Like, so this idea that you're still maintaining the courtyard is super interesting. And to me, like I put in the chat a museum that we had a lecture on at RPI recently by KWK and in Poland. And I think it's a really interesting move where the courtyard, when it's an important courtyard, stays and then gets, and you add a layer to it. And so in a way I am really drawn to, and maybe that's an extension of what Ezio's commenting on, how do you use that that courtyard space that you're setting up? Because you're setting up almost like this urban field of play, right? And curiosity and peeking into, like, you kind of, that surface is super important. And I would love to see either in section or in rendering, like how you imagine occupation on that. Like, to me, it's not right now in your representation. I'm not clear whether you actually want it to be walkable, how accessible you want it to be, what kind of relationship you'd like it to have with the existing building. But I think it's a really beautiful urban move. And I think the spaces that you're getting are, you know, I think your presentation's very deep and thoughtful and poetic, and the spaces are kind of resonating that. And so I really I really appreciate it. And I'm really curious to see what kind of light begins to happen there, what kind of viewing experience happens. And really that interaction, like I could imagine people playing on the courtyard above, even like, slopes, or like kind of how that touches the ground becomes a second ground and allows peeking into a museum, maybe extending on a comment that was said in the previous review where the museum is not now totally private. Like you could, even if you didn't buy a ticket, if you didn't enter the museum, you could still be part of it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think there is something really interesting about the sensitivity to the kind of existing courtyard being kind of a part of the museum experience. I mean, you brought up the museum in Poland, but I immediately thought of the Louvre in the sense that the pyramid that was placed, that's kind of just a portal into the underground that is the actual extension of the museum inside, the old, beautiful French kind of building. So I as a diagram, I think that it's great. And for you to think of that and creating this roofscape as a landscape, I completely agree. And as Ezio said it's very stoically presented. You see the beautiful kind of concrete swoopy lines of the roof, but I almost want to see it activated more in a sense that it's a space for occupation, because right now it's still just kind of an aesthetic, like just kind of appreciating the aesthetics of the form. But it would be interesting to see how that roofscape could be activated as a landscape and for people to use. Although I think it's really beautiful, just as the kind of the way you're representing it in its formal aspects. But then I think like the sections are actually extremely important and extremely meaningful. And I like that you kind of have the same representation for the existing building and for yours, because you're putting it in that context. You're not just building a building and forgetting about it, right? And the way that you can almost even see, and I wonder if you could develop it more, these connections and these view portals, like looking backward and forward. Are there moments where you can see in from the old building and from the new? Could be drawn out even more, perhaps. Is there vision lines to be studied between those two, and does that create certain moments and openings? As obviously you didn't go to this museum, but hopefully once things go back to normal, you can walk through and experience. Are there moments within this building you'd want to see out? And because that's something I think that's really interesting about the Louvre, right? Is like you're walking through and you feel like you're in this old gallery, and then you look out the window and you see the pyramid, and it kind of talks about the evolution of architecture, culture, etc. So I think that's something that could be interesting to be explored a bit more. But I think it's a really beautiful project and has a really nice sensitivity to the context.
Yeah, and for me, I completely agree with all the kind of previous comments, and maybe just to follow up a bit on Mia's comment just now, like looking at the two views that you provided, like the renderings, they're incredibly dramatic and cinematic and very powerful, kind of in terms of like what the, communicating what the experience may be. Yes, and then the kind of like the diffused qualities of this one is like super provocative. And I'm just wondering if, some of the ideas that are currently being discussed, like you may want to pursue those through similar views or through these kind of like cinematic lenses or cinematic moments from the project looking out, from the project, like in the section, where you have those kind of skylights or viewports looking down. Like it would be amazing to look up and see kind of how the light filters down from the kind of plaza outside or the courtyard looking down into the space. I think there's kind of a lot to really uncover. And I think there's a lot that you could kind of additionally explore through like kind of capturing these moments that you've set up.
I think that's really exciting. Like I see both the human cinematic experience in the building, because it is really open. It's like a giant studio stage or something. but if you have these big vaulted spaces, you can also like fly a drone through them and get this other spatial cinematic experience with kind of people occupying it and what it's like to kind of meander through there. There's one thing in your sections that I keep coming back to, and I'm curious how much time you kind of have spent here, and maybe it's a place to go and look, is that they're very clear in like the moment that's happening, but there's these like strange little gaps between like the roof and the wall, and they seem purposeful. They're very small right now, and I think that could be explored a little bit more because those could be really interesting. And there's something, is your very last comment you said, and now it's been so long, I forget how you worded it, but if you remember what you said to us at the very end of your presentation, your closing words like really brought me back to them, because I felt like that like subtle like nesting in and slippage and like these like little cracks out were really interesting conceptually to you, and I might further explore them even just in section. Like what size should they be? How are they filtering light? They're not a lot about view because they're so small, but then you get some bigger ones that do get to view. It could even happen internally and really just kind of solve it across the space in a few places, and then start to layer in that depth, because this is a very long hall kind of space. That would be a way to give like little moments of depth or registers throughout as that changes through the space and section.
Just to be real quick, as in probably addendum to the previous comments, it's really stunning project, and then it's not only the way that you arrange the museum program underground, but it's also the design of I would say the landscape or territorial design of the architecture that you delivered here. It's all related to the previous comments, but what I'm interested in here is, I guess that like if you were to build a museum up on the ground, there's particular things would happen, and one is that you understand that the exhibition would occur inside of the museum, and that's normal because you have a building and then there's an exhibition inside. And then because of that, people try to think of the way to have outdoor exhibitions, and then they try to make a courtyard, and that's a kind of museum matrix. What you're doing here is that you have this kind of a series of slits, series of kind of apertures through which you're trying to expose a very small degree of exhibition already to the outside, right? So people can actually look down, but not fully, right? Like it's if you encounter the exhibition, like outdoor exhibitions, you understand the exhibition totally, right? Or if you see the museum that's holding the exhibition inside, you don't understand the exhibition at all. But in your case here, there's a very subtle moment at which you understand what's going on, or maybe not, right? It's a very fine moment that you're actually establishing through these small apertures, like Roberts was pointing out, like that the small moment that's actually not functioning at all as a museum, but somehow there's a kind of allure of the interior that you can probably see from the outside. I think that's probably the most fascinating moment that I realized through your drawing. The drawings were amazing. I can't believe that you made this such an very pristine drawings. I think that's what I like. That's what I'm fascinated and what I would like to commend for that.
Thank you, Hadi. Hadi's playing some bass for us when we hit our time limit. Thank you for that, man. Thank you. Amazing comments, Joe. I just want to echo, a lot of the kind of feedback you got from everyone. But yeah, your drawings are fantastic. You absolutely think through drawing, and that's a really amazing kind of part of your own design methodology that I could see being honed here. So it's a beautiful project, and I hope we can continue to render it, because you know, the things that we're picking up on, like the cinematic aspects of the project are very much there, and they're very much intended by you as a designer. So bravo, thank you so much. All right, so we're going to move to Carrick right now, and I think let's see how that takes us, but we might take a break after this next presentation, just like a 5-10 minute break, so we can allow the next couple people to come in. All right, thank you, Carrick. Take it away. Okay, so we're getting a little bit started here. I think Carrick, are you getting ready for your second computer? Uh-oh. We can't hear you yet.
Looks like you're muted.
Yeah, I
It
think
might
you're
be
muted.
nothing too
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah. Perfect.
All right, can you like see me?
We can see you.
Fine. Okay. All right, I'll screen share. All right, my Adobe Acrobat's kind of like decided to update right now. So like I can't do the presentation view. Is that all right?
That's okay. Maybe just zoom in a bit so it's a little bit more full screen. But I think that should be fine.
Okay. All right, so I'm Carrick Reader. For my project dubbed Sinuous Introspection, I started with the idea of the Mobius strip and how the idea of infinite planes really driving the idea of pathway through the museum archive and beginning to evolve onto itself. And then that this series of pathways would then begin to be shrouded by a veil structure. So to begin with, I started out with creating 3 basic modules of this Mobius strip form of pathway units, either shifting to the left, to the right, up a unit, or down a unit, and then beginning to modify them to create the interior formation of the structure, and then starting to play with the idea of having the 3 elements of program begin to blend in with each other. From here, having the Mobius strip structure then begin to be shrouded with the veil, and having that veil start to reveal that interior pathway structure to the outside. So upon entry into the building, patrons are guided underneath the belly of the building, then begin to be lifted up into it. And so then once inside, these pathways then are able to expose the patrons to the full vulnerability of the structure by allowing the exhibition elements to voyeuristically look over into the archival moments within the sub-D Mobius pathway structure, and then the veil that is placed for shrouding the entire structure begins to open up at areas such as corners and then protrusions through of the structure through the veil, and it starts to open up and really expose that interior structure to the outside as well. And then the archival areas are then designated exteriorly by these structural studs that protrude out from the veil while also supporting it. And so here in this roof plan, you can start to see how the archival spaces are designated exteriorly from the exhibition spaces in the structure, in plan, and in elevation. And so then within the plan itself, you have the veil acting as the exterior shroud of the entire structure, as the studs then pierce through the veil and latch on to the interior sub-D structure. And then within the series of pathways manifesting themselves as either exhibition and ramping in between itself and connecting to the existing building, or the archival spaces also connecting to the existing building and wrapping in around itself within the structure, as well as opening up to areas below, allowing for that voyeuristic aspect and experience. Also able to see that in the section, as well as the pathways gently guide in to and through the building with these series of atria that allow for looking over into the spaces below while journeying through, and the veil acting as this shroud over the entire structure. And then as these pathways gently guide visitors and patrons, as well as the workers of the actual museum through, it further emphasizes not only just the specific designation between private, protected archival space, which still, even though the studs cover it from the outside, light is still able to be drawn inside through the light wells of the studs, as well as the shroud also opening up, although not in a conventional window sense of it being on the walls, but in this moment you have the shroud acting as a skylight to then let in light to these exterior spaces, exhibition spaces, I mean. And then in elevation, the opening up of the shroud to the main structure, as well as the studs acting as that designation of archival versus exhibition, is then clearly seen. And so in doing so, not only the pathways within the interior expose the patrons to the full-on vulnerability of the structure itself, but they're also taken underneath the shroud of the building and literally opened up into all that the museum has to offer. So should we go to the Miro board now?
Sure. Yeah, maybe like you can like close it with just 2 or 3 sentences of your concept statement.
Oh, right. Sorry. So, upon entry to this structure, each pathway that comprises the structure seeks to speak personally to every patron by catering to the ways of their natural human movement while journeying through the offerings of the museums. So as these winding paths intertwine with one another, their shifting junctures offer patrons into many of the adjacent spaces from vantage points outside of them, fashioning an overlap between the public versus private spatial domain of the museum. Therefore, these processes allow for a sinuous relationship between all 3 programmatic elements of archive, exhibition, and event space to fluidly interact with one another. Thus, in bridging the building's elements, every visitor is transported behind the curtain of the museum and exposed to the full vulnerability of the archive, establishing an intimate connection between structure and patron.
Thank you, Carrick. I'll jump in here. It's you know, your facade system, and you know, I like the diagram a lot, which I don't tend to comment usually, but I love your diagram. I love the idea of tectonical kind of movement that you developed here. Is it right? It's kind of half question that I want to ask. Is it right to understand the way that you started with the Mobius strip turned into the tectonical understanding of interior, exterior, or volumetric kind of composition? Is it correct?
Sorry, would you say that again?
So like, well, let me make it simpler. Can you kind of associate the Mobius strip to the final delivery of your project?
Yeah, so the Mobius strip allows for that ebb and flow between the levels of the building in plan and section. So with the Mobius strip, in that its basic function is that it's a single plane that's then inverted upon itself to create like this infinite loop. So with the plan and section, by having the levels start to glide into one another, as well as the in section, and then the program in plan also beginning to ebb and flow against each other, that is a reflection of the Mobius strip.
Right,
idea
right.
From the
So
beginning.
yeah, so I guess the way that you develop the interior, let's say a program composition is ascribed to the Mobius strip, and that's very clear, and that's what I love to see, or what I'm seeing here. But what I actually found very interesting here is that probably this is the first project that interrogates the touch to the existing museum a lot. You have like huge surface that's touching and even like a carving into the museum, the existing building. And that's really made me think that what's actually happening, what's actually kind of sucked out from the touch, as if like, you know, there's an existing kind of building, and that's kind of oozing now through your system, and that's but that's still kind of held in this your how do you say, the skin with these black and white components. So like, you know, somewhat there is a kind of flesh that's coming out, like, you know, the corner being carved out, and you see the flesh of the museum. And I find that that's somehow like the Mobius like. Somehow, like, you know, things that are existing are coming out, and it's still held up inside of your skin. You don't understand what's actually used to be inside and what's used to be outside, what's actually newly built or previously existing there. And that kind of conceptualization of the Mobius, like back to back, but coexist still. That's really what's fascinating about here. So I think, you know, it's probably good to even say that, like, you know, not only the micro arrangement of your program, I think, you know, you're doing in such a urban scale of Mobius strip. So, you know, that's what I was fascinated about, and I really would like you to develop it further.
Maybe
Thank
I can
you.
jump in. I really enjoy the project, and of course, I think that kind of it drives most of the, let's say, most of my focus is driven towards trying to understand and also articulate a little bit how, like, this idea of a shroud or like a veil, right? Something that has a certain degree of elasticity as a concept can really begin to manifest itself as a tectonic idea onto the skin. It reminds me of a project I worked on a few years ago with Francois Roche with New Territories called the Timidity Syndrome, which was this kind of, let's say, veil on top of a kind of museum space that would create a buffer between the museum itself and a more forest-like site. But I wonder if there is a little bit of an opportunity here for you as well to think of a space that exists between your, if you look at your section, right, the roofscape and this otherwise, I guess the way that you're drawing your skin, it draws parallels to like material prototypes, right, that are very very common in the last decade, more or less, in 3D printing fashion, right, kind of combining fabrics together with either origami pieces or like 3D printed parts as an idea of both having a hinge overall kind of system, right, something that has a degree of flexibility, but at the same time something that has inherent structure and it can produce moments of compression and so on. I think that what I'm describing is actually really easy to do materially. It would be actually really hard to do without the proper simulation tools on a computer. And the question on how to draw the relationship of how does a fabric inhabit or like shroud over, right, a particular form, how does it veil, how much does it reveal of its figure, and how much does it take its own figure, has to do with like the panelization of the scale, has to do with fabrication constraints and so on and so forth. So like it's a really fascinating area to operate on. But at the same time, I guess I think that for you it would be important to, let's say, recognize ultimately also what is the potential behind that skin, and to fully embrace it. Like that's why I'm inviting you. Imagine this thing as a space. Like it needs to have as importance, right, as a space and experience as the exhibition. So therefore, to kind of fully develop it and as like, let's say, the most central point of the project. For example, like one of the things that happens in your axonometric primarily, but I would love to see it come back into the perspectives, is that apart from giving a structural condition or a figural kind of aesthetic condition, it also works like blinders, right? It kind of obviously redirects views, interior, exterior, light, and so on and so forth. And it's only at the moment when this thing starts spinning that you see those moments of transparency, right? But I would expect them to be all over the project, right? Like that has to do exactly with how much you veil, how much do you overlap that skin and so on.
I have a quick question about, like, you talk about how there are a series of contingent paths that someone coming to the museum could experience. Can you experience the entire museum in a singular visit, or would you essentially have to do multiple visits in order to take different paths?
No, you would still, you'd still be able to do it in one visit because like the whole idea back to the Mobius strip is that since it's an infinite loop, it's continuous. So it's kind of like at any point of entry onto it, you'll still wind up where you began, no matter like at which point of entry, you'll still cover the whole territory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think I think there's like two sides of that coin that are interesting, the multiple visits versus a singular, but I think that like the curation becomes like a really interesting standpoint here. And I know that's kind of beyond the scope of this project, but depending on which way you go, you would experience the space and the objects differently. And so I feel like kind of tracing like a linear timeline, like potentially like this is where an animation showing the kind of different experience of like which path you chose at the beginning, you would start to experience some of the other spaces differently. Could be interesting, could be something good for your portfolio going down the road. But yeah, I mean, I really like the studs as this form of like protection of the like very precious like archival pieces. They almost start to act like this biophilic, shroud or protection. One of the things that I see is on here is that you kind of deal, the way you deal with the ground is only really on the right side of the building where you're cantilevering over and creating a little bit of an entry sequence. But I feel like there's further opportunity with all these different tectonic languages that you have to start to engage the ground in different ways. Just because I think that like the shroud has a very clear language versus the what you're calling the subdivision surface, as well as the studs. It's like they can all interact with the ground and the side a bit more to kind of integrate it. And then the only other thing I would say is there are so many studs. Is there an opportunity for leather? But anyways, nice. I really like this project a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, no, definitely. If we had more time, I would have liked to have developed a much greater relationship with the ground, like you said, seeing of all the tectonics that I had.
Mm-hmm. Do you mind, Danielle, if I make a comment?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, the beep went off. I think we can have last comment, and then we'll take a little like 5-minute break, and we can all come back and start with we're more or less at the halfway point. So yeah,
I'll just make a couple quick things. One, I'm kind of looking at it and I'm surprised at the volume nature of the building. And I wonder if you took that diagram that is kind of like circulation paths of curation and expanded that to your envelope. So you kind of have a few different envelope systems, the studs, the white enclosure, the red stuff kind of peeking through, and that they are also these like continuous loop kind of inflecting paths as you start to think of them, they can branch and bifurcate, that you could start to have that diagram of the building and the understanding of its related parts as always trying to feed back into this looping system that would sometimes be apparent and others like be weird, interesting collisions because they kind of bypass at moments you can't understand, which it might be buried in there, but I think it's a little hidden in the volume space. And then I typed into chat the Musée Kai Branly by Jean Nouveau, because it really, at first I didn't think much about it, but your red interior, I was like, oh, that looks like that museum I've been in. Because he has like a red floor, but it's actually, it's an interesting building. I don't know if it's great, but it's interesting. The floors are actually sloped and not like ramps. Like they're just like curvy things. It kind of flows and you kind of just like meander through. And the way the exterior is done also, it has different materials, but they're similar to like the thing you're playing with of like some hard, then this like puncturing of soft, and then these like holes of windows. So there's a lot there that I think could be an interesting take, as it's also an addition to a very old monumental building as well.
Great,
So
thank you.
I know we're running out of time, but I'll make my last comment short, which I want to just connect back to Rio's comment from the beginning, which is about the relationship between this extension and the existing building, and how I think that could be explored further as well. Just because I love the whole idea of inserting the Mobius strip as this, intervention, something that is questioning viewing, right? You think about that a lot, the relationship between the two volumes. But I wonder if this whole thing can be just, since you created one volume and then intervened on it, why not take the opportunity of really just intervening on the existing building and on the way, from the first part of the semester on questioning how objects are viewed in the museum, and maybe really using it as an intervention tool on an existing building. I just think, right now you're creating a volume almost as big as the existing museum, right? And then having a loop within that. What if you actually took the same strategies to the existing building, but then you would start changing what the experience of the existing building is, and also making your intervention almost like a critique of the existing. So I think, again, there's a lot here in terms of how you thought about viewing, about skin, about volume versus surface, that is really impressive. But I think it could have been even a stronger critique of the existing.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely. Really, really amazing feedback, everyone. Thank you. So we're at the halfway point, and I just want to give everyone like a five minute break. Do you guys need more than 5 minutes? The critics? What do you think? Is 5 enough? Yeah. Okay, cool. I know we're all just like plugged into the Zoom, so it's nice to like give the eye a break and the eyes a break for a second. We're also joined by Georgina. We're gonna take a little 5-minute break, Georgina. Hopefully you can come back.
I'm here.
Okay, perfect.
I don't get tempted to go back to bed.
Okay, thank you for tuning in from sunny California. Is it sunny there? I mean, mostly.
Always.
All the time. Okay, perfect. All right, so we'll kind of come back here in 5, and we'll start back with Weiwei. And yeah, looking forward. Thank you, everyone, so far. All right, everyone. Welcome back. So the next we'll have is Tosin. Tosin, are you ready? And then after that, we'll go with Wei Wei.
I'm ready. Is it okay if I present off my Miro? My images got.
That should be fine. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, give me 1 second.
And perhaps you can take off the little arrow notifications so we don't see all the little spinning arrows.
Do that. Okay, wait. Okay. Okay, so my project is called Seamless Fracturing. When I first began this project, I was really interested in origami-like structures. My previous two projects dealt with rock formations and kind of like the sharpness of hard lines and shards. And yeah, so I was really intrigued by this like folding technique and the shapes that were created, how harsh these lines were. And these are some stills from my first project. As you can see, I tried to carry on this same condition that I explored. So yeah, my typology study was the museum in Tel Aviv. And as you can see, it too incorporates this sharp structure with its walls and just the configuration of its plan, as you can see here. So with regards to my process, I started out with kind of developing the 3 different programs that we were encouraged to use. So the archive, the display, and the community spaces. And I kind of played around with different ways that these 3 programs can meet and interlock. And yeah, towards the bottom here, I started thinking about just ways that I could expand this project. And I was really interested in the idea of like fragmentation versus continuity. I thought it was interesting dealing with the project being an extension of the Penn Museum, how kind of like a museum is a way in which people can sort of carry on the stories of other cultures. And yeah, so I kind of took on this metaphor of like the museum extension being this continuation of the museum itself, and thought about how I could incorporate that idea into this project. So here I was dealing with different views and the ways that lines can be compressed or expanded when views are changed. So here you see how from one facade, you have a continuous line stretching across the entire structure. And then as that structure turns, that line breaks up and it becomes something that's totally different. Here's my first stab at kind of developing a more 3D formation of my space. I had this very rock-like structure that felt very, very heavy, and I thought I was kind of thinking of ways that I could liven that up or make that more dynamic. And I explored this idea of these glass belts circling around the structure. And I feel like that really created a sense of movement through the entire facade. And then here is where I really honed in on my fragmentation study. And here we see kind of what I was playing around with over here. And from this front facade, you see a very flat surface. And then as you turn the corner, that surface breaks up and you see surfaces going in one direction and other surfaces going in another direction. And yeah, I thought that really contributed a sense of like trickery to the spectator, because they come across this building and they think that they're seeing one thing and then they move around and that thing is not what they thought. So they're kind of left to like question the validity of their own thinking and what they're seeing before them. Now moving on to the program, I wanted, so the yellow spaces in this program study represents the display space, and so that starts out in the very basement level of the structure, and then as you move on vertically, there's this intertwining of the community space and the archive space, and then you leave the display space behind as you move up vertically. Yeah. And then here is a plan and section of the exterior of my model. As you can see, the extension connects or juts out into the existing Penn Museum, creating a point of connection between the two. And then here we have this surface that kind of curves onto the side of the existing museum. And here you can see what I was talking about with the basement level. So this is where the exhibition space would be. And that becomes a little more detailed in the floor plan. If you look closely, you can see like different hatching styles, which denote the different ways of movement and the three different programs that I explained prior. And so the interesting thing about this plan is that it's cut from two different levels. So this right side is cut from the first level, and then this left side is cut from the fourth level. And you can see a huge difference in the space. Here, the spaces are a lot bigger. They're less cramped, and they allow more movement through them. So this is the exhibition space, and then here we have more community spaces, which are more intimate and tight-knit. And here is a section of that. I really wanted to highlight the front facade of the building and how that shift occurs as you move across the space. And then here I have an axon of the structure, again, highlighting the shift in the facade. Here we have some elevations. As you can see, there's this glass facade that kind of stretches across this front, more centered facade. And it kind of creates a point of connection between the existing Penn Museum, the front facade, and the structure behind it. That's the back view, and yeah. And then for my render views, so yeah, this is the front of the structure, and then this is looking out towards the street. You can get a closer look of that material of the front facade there. And then, yeah.
Perhaps maybe bring us back to that chunk model, if we can zoom in on that and leave us with like one kind of closing statement about your concept here.
Yeah, so for this project, I was really interested in the challenge between two very opposing concepts, so fragmentation and continuity. And I wanted to see whether those two concepts could exist simultaneously and harmoniously, and just what happens when those two concepts interact. And I tried to carry that through the exterior of my model, as well as the interior. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like many aspects of your project. I really love your diagram and what you're trying to do. And in a way, I think you pushed the fragmentation maybe a little too far in terms of your representation by not cutting continuous floor plans, because it's hard for me to understand what happens on the different levels and how you move through. I thought you had a really beautiful set of diagrams about the viewing and how the viewing changes and how the viewer kind of changes the way that they understand the space as they move, I think, from the outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of wonder what would happen if you begin to ask yourself what happens when the viewers move through the inside and begin to understand the fragmentation and unity or continuity as an experience through different views of experience. I think that could be really interesting, because I'm not sure how much you'd have those external views as much given the constraints of the site. But in terms of the way that you're framing the program and the intersection of the three programs, you probably would have much of that going on.
Go ahead.
Okay, I really appreciate the relationship between 2D and 3D that you have here, and I think you actually mentioned that the reading of the view as a facade, right, from the exterior, and then how things are not what you expect. And yeah, maybe if you can zoom in on like to go a little bit to the to the right of where you were, just focusing on the elevations and the renderings next to them. Yeah, great. This is good. Yeah, maybe zoom out a tiny bit more. So yeah, I think there's a difference between one, the axon, which like actually starts explaining the three-dimensionality, and then these type of views that are really becoming about, obviously it's elevation, but even the rendering right next to it is much more about the 2D perception of the whole structure as an elevation, as a facade. It just makes me think about our Colin Rowe and Slatsky's essay Transparency, about the difference between literal transparency and phenomenal transparency, which I think, even though you're doing it with much more contemporary geometry, but you're touching upon that. And then when I see moments, like I'm going to just, if you don't mind, I'm just going to annotate because it's hard to explain otherwise. Like moments like this here, where the different layers of the existing and the intervention are becoming, almost like, what do you choose to reveal and what do you choose to hide, right? And how are they becoming an assemblage and almost camouflaging one another? this is really beautiful, and how you're doing it with this specific geometry, and the fact that, you know, the part of the facade that is glass is maybe actually less open to, you know, right, this on this side you have glass, but that's maybe more hiding what's behind it. So, and I think the layers that you're showing in the rendering right next to this, if you zoom out just a little bit more, that's doing it really beautifully too. So I guess I'm just encouraging you to do more of that, right? And to actually make your elevations really, you know, really a game or a play of this interest that you have in this, you know, this maybe misinformation between 2D and 3D.
So hi everyone, good morning. And Tosin, this is, I mean, I think this is an awesome project, and there are so many things that can be said about it from completely different perspectives. So I'm gonna try to approach or make a point from just a few of them. I mean, when you stated your kind of overall ambition for the project, and you said something like, you know, the ambition of wanting to almost conceive a kind of cohesive, incongruous building. So, I mean, there are parts that are differentiated, yet they still work within some common goals or some common parameters. So what I see is that actually there is a double ambition of contrasting parts. One that has to do with contrasting the old and the new, and then the other one that is related to almost like the two personalities that you want to coexist within the new. So for example, one of the references that come to mind is the work of the artist Ken Price, where basically, I mean, he's like, or there is a whole series of pieces that try to deal with an incongruous way to understand a whole, or a congruous way to understand a series of parts. So I think, I mean, the dichotomy between these two is something that, to me, you have to make even more emphasis, not just at the way, not just from how you articulate the overall statement of the project, but I think you can be very specific at very different moments in the project, where you can talk about tectonics, you can talk about materiality, you can talk about way of usage, program, and so on and so forth. So, for example, if you know, and maybe, I don't know, it would be great that you also check these references, but the series of I think they're called the Regular Polygon series in the Polish Village by Frank Stella. So these are a series of parts that actually the geometry is so similar to the one that you have, that there are polygons that are subdivided into many parts. Each of them has a different color, but they all assemble themselves in a very congruous way. So there is the continuous ambiguity of reading the part and the whole, where, I mean, it's very clear what each part is, but the whole depends entirely on each of the parts and all of the parts together. So I think that's something that you have done really well. And I mean, in the work of Frank Stella, these are mainly two-dimensional. And so this is so much more complex when you try to do it three-dimensionally, where if you remove a part, and I'm talking here, I mean, all the way from the elevations, maybe less successfully in the plans. I think the elevation and the chunk is what you can perceive it best, where if you remove a part, the whole integrity, or the integrity of the whole, has to be rethought. And I think that's great, because, I mean, and I would say it's pretty much the case of the work of Ken Price as well. So, and then maybe, so this is kind of like within the two personalities that you are articulating within the new. But I think you also, I mean, maybe the project fell a a little bit short in addressing more aggressively the relationship between the new and the old. That maybe it's, I know this is best perceived in the elevation, where I think you have also made a really, I think it's very successful the way that you produce. It's almost like the new is a glitch of the old. So it is, I mean, it's still very consistent with the facade of the old. However, it's strange. It's not, I mean, it's familiar, but it's still strange. And so I think, I mean, maybe that's a part that, I know, it's there, but I think you just need to be, I know, you have to have more confidence in articulating. That's also a very important part of the project.
I like that reference to Stella and just like painting in general, especially that elevation we were on for a while. Feels so much like a game of painting where you're just changing the light a little bit on a panel and then we can't tell if it's going in or out. And then there's times where that breaks because you actually have lifted the panel, or like sometimes the panel is like moving out towards us, and then other times you've like lifted it up in the folding of the piece. And I wonder with the kind of painterly impact of layering and subtle geometry, inflections and light there, if that took a little bit from the, I guess it's a roof plan and kind of site section elevation over on the left, where more tectonic of edge and drawing also start to come into that. So it's a little bit of a mix of the collage, the layering, the tone and color and light, and then like discrete elements that speak a little bit more towards like the architectural, that could start to always be at play in those drawings. I think could inform some of the material tectonics that would help to resolve more in the plan and sections. I mean, I think Yael hit it right on the head. They're a little less developed, so we can't follow them, but like conceptually, the project is really beautiful and super strong setup there. I think the scale is like amazing in the site context because it has nothing to do with it. It looks just like a video accident. Like you're just taking an image and then something, you've retiled it and you're like flipping tiles around or something. I don't know, weird metaphor, but like now figuring out how it really works and how that can support kind of space and program and be structured and held up tectonically would resolve nicely. I'm also just fascinated by the gold foil, like reflective space station insulation on the interior.
Just want to add a comment. Just looking at the elevation of your project is very interesting that it seems the addition is precisely trimmed at the top. Seems like it's, I'm not sure the intention is from the zoning or the restriction or the view for the people walking around. But I think maybe you could try to introduce a new relationship just looking at the roof plan. I see somewhere it's separated, somewhere it's like touching. Maybe you can introduce additional layer of the relationship, maybe the roof of your addition and the existing sloped roof, they have this kind of almost touching moment, or you can add more articulated, I don't know, something similar to what you did on your elevation, introduce some transparency, some opaque material, texture, whatever, to introduce like experience when you walk around that path underneath, around your project, between the existing building and your project. I think that would be an interesting touch.
Really nice comments from everyone. Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful work, Tosin.
Thank you everyone for the comments.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Well, we're gonna have to move on so we can keep to time. Next we have Wei Wei. Are you here, Wei Wei? Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
So
Take it away.
Do you see my?
Yeah. Can you do full screen if that's possible? That'd be great.
I think it's full screen. I mean, is that?
Not quite yet, but
sure. Hmm. Do you know how to do that?
Are you on a Mac?
The full screen. Yeah, I'm on Mac.
Do Command L.
Command. Got it.
And you might have to reshare your screen.
Oh, got it. So it's full screen, right?
Perfect. Yes. Amazing. Thank you.
So I will start with my concept. We know that what we see is never the whole story. The art on display is in the museum is only part of the museum collections, and the collections review only part of our cultural content. Since Penn Museum Archive Extension aims to house a spatial supplementation of its archive, I really want to challenge how we understand our culture through the contrast between how we view archive space and the display space, and how we understand what we see from the existing fact and what behind the screen, the diversity, the infinity of our cultural content. So the idea is implemented by 2 different architectural languages, the sharpness and the softness. For sure, I want to emphasize the museum as a site for displaying and collecting cultural heritage, the solidity of the material of the concrete, and also the flat surface and the hard edges is like kind of highlight the solidity of the museum site. But at the same time, I want to challenge the flatness through different form of softness, both through soft interior and the curved texture variation on the facade. So I really want to show in that the humanness like represented by the dynamic form is at least as powerful as the existing solid fact. So here is my research board, and I studied like composite geometry, the basically the soft interior and the like the hard, like the flat external shell. Also, this is my mixing chamber axiom. It also have like flatness characteristics on the exterior and the soft interior. Then I start with playing the tensile forms. And here just massing I did. And here's some circulation like study. And also here I did more iterations and try how to solve the interior. And also like I find that some architects start to like using bamboo to like create a more environmentally friendly frameworks for creating concrete. So I think that that's very interesting, and yeah, and create depth on the flatness of the facade. So I start use the bamboo framework for creating the concrete. You see some depth here, and yeah, and here is plan, and we see that the mainly like flat, like rectangular shape of the archive space, and also the kind of curved exhibition space. So when people enter those exhibition spaces, they will see like floor continues from like wall continues from floor to ceiling, and like without any edges, like kind of show them the endless of our culture diversity. And also, oh, I forgot to mention that. So for the concrete part, there's bamboo like generated the green on that, and also those pardon their interlaced glass and metal and concrete. So they start to like like review some of the archive space, and the metal will like reflect the like surrounding environment. And also I think so this is a section, and you see here like this is display space. People from here, they can view like directly through this glass to the archive space, and like they can like feel the diversity within the museum, the archive. There are lots of artifacts exhibited, and so here's axiometric, and you see the thick ceiling, and those like interlaced glass. We're like from like surrounding top building, you can like blurrily see like kind of the artifacts within the archive space. And the on-road elevation, I try to create a like pattern that challenge the flatness of the concrete facade. And here's a chunk model. You can see that similar to like the plan. You can see that the curved, like the soft face, mainly the exhibition space and the rectangular archive space, but the wall kind of extend from the interior to exterior here, the glass membrane, like it kind of like promote the engagement of the interior and the exterior. So the elevation, you can see those glass membrane here, and also variation as well. And also another elevation. And rendering, you basically see like membrane, and then those like shining metal and glass reflecting existing like surrounding area. And also interior render, like here basically the soft interior, and you can like those like the glass membrane, you can be through that. And also here is a space where you can like view directly through the glass to the archive space. Yeah, that's all my presentation.
Beautiful. Do you want to go to your Miro boards, or do you want to stay here in the PDFs?
I cannot access the mirror, but because my internet is not.
Maybe you can leave us with like one lasting sentence about your project as we start to kind of enter into a conversation with you.
Yeah, so like it is basically a study of like sharpness and softness, a kind of like try to find different way to integrate them together to like show the power of both like the humanness, the power of critical thinking, but also the existing fact is also powerful, but they kind of interact with them, each other. Yeah.
There was a project earlier, I don't remember which one, but it's kind of been a similar theme. And again, I think it's, it's not the main focus of this studio, but the poche is kind of weird to me. And I'm like, at first I noticed it really in your chunk model and you left it out, right? But like in some ways it makes a lot of sense because it's like well calibrated and like we're just paying attention to the surfaces we're interacting with. We're not worried about what's in there. And then it's just like filled in gray and your plants and sections. And I was reading the title and looking at like all this design you put into like in a really like nuanced and like subtle way, giving a nice surface quality to building, which is probably like in building sense relatively smart. because like it's pretty doable, and could pull it off. But then like in pushing the design kind of agenda forward, like it feels kind of so trapped into this discreteness. And I got into the like thickness you've introduced in Poche, and I wonder if that surface expansion can build from there. There's not two different worlds, kind of this outside and inside, but that this grain that you're setting up, or these like multi-grains that intersect, could become structural things where it's not just like we cast a bunch of plastic concrete into there and we get a form, but instead we have our inside surfaces and our outside surfaces we begin to like slice them up and expand them, or like to like take your concept statement very literally, and then they can manipulate that poche, right? But like some of it must maintain continuity some of the time to become structural. The rest of it is fairly free to become surface that expands to address different program or experiential or effect needs, or change light and stairs and other things. So I think it's like a good setup that's starting, and that's like the next layer of the tectonic or architectural nature to it.
I think that the study of sharpness, softness, like I like the grain of the facade, and like it lends itself towards like a halftone type of like image composition, and so inherently there you're dealing with softness and sharpness. But it seems like if you're wanting to I guess try and achieve that in more of like an architectural language, that you would want to use that type of grain to perhaps undermine the formal language of the building. And I think sometimes it does that, and sometimes it starts to actually enforce that formal language. And so I think that like further studying that type of like effect of what that grain can have on the reading of the building, both from the exterior and the interior when you're looking up through that type of skylight area, I think would be a really interesting further study. But I like
Yeah, I would like to echo both Robert's and Drew's comments on the grain. I think, Wei, you're doing a really interesting moment, or really interesting kind of operations on the facade, not just to arrange the grain, but I find very interesting in the arrangement of the apertures, the openings. So I want to point out like two things here. There are particular techniques that you can probably find through the precedents, especially the Broad Museum. So if you look at the Broad Museum, you see there is a way that Dylan and Scofidio raised the veil to create an opening. But by raising that, there's something weird happening, which is that you need to terminate the facade there, the facade pattern there. And in order to terminate that, they have this kind of a bit thicker frame, right? So that's one system. And the other system that's happening there is that when the building facade turns to create the corner, actually that corner retains the pattern. And you know, it's a kind of peculiar way, but it's very interesting in there. Now, I think you actually, whether you're aware or not, started doing that in your building. When the pattern turns and it creates a corner, it starts to have some continuity of the patterns on the different plane. And then when you try to create an aperture, you probably intuitively align one of the edges to the pattern, I mean the grain. And I found that's really an architectural and a geometrical technique that you're devising here. And the one thing that I want to see, that I want you to think of, is the way it actually to terminate the aperture. See, there's some apertures, or many apertures, that are not aligned with the pattern. Like some edges are not aligned completely. And that's actually the opportunities where you can think of the way in which you terminate the patterns. It's a collision of the patterns against the aperture right now. But how do you deal with that? That's a great chance to deal with the way that you can think of the shape of the aperture or the treatment of the pattern. I think there's a many ways to deal with this, but I wanted to highlight that point here. I mean, overall, it's great project. It's fascinating that you made such a layering technique of the patterns, and I would like to commend you on that.
Maybe I can jump in. Sorry, go ahead, somebody.
No, go ahead, Ezio. Hi, by the way.
Hello. Hi, Georgina. I mean, maybe a couple of sentences. I'm afraid I'm going to start repeating things, but I totally agree with the last comments. I mean, it's a gorgeous project, and I should start with that. And you've done an incredible job in all of your representations and the sensitivity on the material, even on the construction technique and the way you're thinking about how to generate this with bamboo and so on. And it's also just probably the moment that the project finds itself in right now. I also remember a similar discussion we were having at midterm that reflects back into what Rio was just saying, right? On what is the relationship between the aperture, the cut, and the pattern. And maybe if you go to your axonometric very quickly, I wanted to point out that even the way that this one actually is perfect. So even the way that you begin to think about let's say, how the pattern inhabits the pochette, right? It becomes volumetric and it becomes three-dimensional, almost like a thinning volume, right? Where the hatch is not just a hatch, but it has a grain, as everyone is pointing out, and it kind of really affects the structural integrity of the skin in itself. I think that is a really great moment, all the way up until it becomes just a two-dimensional problem of the elevation, right? It has so much more potential as a three-dimensional move and technique that when that edge becomes just a continuous edge from a projection, it kind of loses some of its inherent potential. But again, overall, I think that we were having this discussion at midterm and we were talking about how to cut the corner, how does the pattern align with that cut or not, or the grain. I think that you needed to look at this now from the outside and reaffirm that it's a building, only I think to, in a sense, go back and revisit just the corner. I think that is, in a sense, the most important moment in your project.
And maybe what I would just quickly add is that, well, first of all, I like to commend the critics and, of course, I mean, the students for producing projects that can be read and critiqued and evaluated from so many different perspectives. So I think that's a really, it's really important for you guys, for the students, especially at this level of your education. So maybe expanding on that, what I would say is that, I mean, like to me, this is this project is a threefold, or there are three very different projects that lie on this scheme. And of course, I mean, all related with this idea of softness and sharpness. I guess, I mean, the way that Weiwei, you have expressed or you have articulated the statement of the project is more related to a problem of the facade or a problem of the container. So, but I think that can be expanded into, I mean, these other, three projects that I'm gonna mention. One of them is the one, or maybe this is the one that it's more closely to the way that you are articulating it, which is the container and the void. Meaning, I mean, there is a big contrast between the outside and the inside, not just in terms of the tectonics, but also, excuse me, in terms of how you limit the problem of softness and sharpness just as a problem of the texture on the container. I mean, the interior is, it's a different person. It, I mean, doesn't really want or need to deal with that. So, I mean, you have heard already, a lot of comments in regards to that. But then there is a second project that I see, which is a project, and maybe this is coming from that very first image that I saw from your midterm, which is the project of the mass and a project of stereotomy, where, I mean, the different parts of the project, I mean, and this is something that involves very tightly the exterior and the interior, almost, I mean, this is a solid mass that doesn't differentiate between the skin and the interior, where maybe if you can go to the exploded axon where you are removing the roof, where, I mean, in a drawing like this, it would be like a fatal error to, to explode the roof out of the mass, because, I mean, as a problem of stereotomy, and of course, I mean, I'm sure you guys have at some point have read the in Robin Evans' projective cast, I mean, the whole essay on stereotomy. And let me see if I can quickly annotate here. Yeah, so where the parts might need to be cut, always considering the whole and not necessarily the container or a differentiation between the roof and the walls. So I think this is, I mean, another opportunity to maybe engage the interior with the exterior, and also talk about a series of parts that deal with this idea of softness and sharpness, but more again as a problem of the mass and not as a problem of the skin and the void on the inside. And then the third project that I'm seeing here is it's a problem of representation, where it's all about image making. And I think, I know, each of the images, and maybe if you kind of navigate through, like slowly through all the different drawings and renderings that you have produced, which is the one that has to do with how the techniques that you apply to conceive an image also begin to make arguments to, I mean, to both the building in terms of kind of the conceptual framework of softness and sharpness, but also in terms of its tectonics, in terms of its use and program, and so on and so forth. Then the patterns in the exterior might start to be, might migrate into the interior. If you can go to the interior elevations drawing or the section, please. Yeah, this one. For example, if you look at the drawings that Herzog and de Meuron produced for the Armory building in New York, where line work is always contrasted with renderings or photograph. So I'm wondering why that texture cannot start to make an argument within this interior elevation or within the section. So how you expand the problem, not as a three-dimensional one, as it is the one in the case of the stereotomy, but more as a problem of a two-dimensional image. So with this, I guess all I'm saying is that the project is promoting all these different layers of reading and legibility that, regardless, I mean, where the project is right now, I think it's something for you to keep in mind for, I don't know, just for how you are going to operate in the future, that sometimes it's also good to almost like step back and look at, like, almost like do a reverse engineering. So you should now stare at your project and then try to kind of expand on its argument, because I mean, it's all there. So I think that's wonderful.
Thanks.
Beautiful, beautiful comments, beautiful work. Unfortunately, I think we have to move on, but maybe some of if anyone has like a last comment here, that we can probably do that. I also just want to say, I didn't say this with Tosin and also with Weiwei, and I don't want to call you guys out in any way, but it's more just to congratulate you. When we, when we have this MArch program, we'll often get a mix between non-architectural backgrounds and architectural backgrounds, and Tosin and Weiwei are non-architectural backgrounds. But I want to congratulate you so much for your architectural thinking and the way that you kind of really pushed both of your projects. It's quite impressive. And as saying this to Weiwei, you're definitely in the right program, so to speak. You both think very architecturally, so wonderful, wonderful work. And we're going to move on. We have 4 more projects, so we're getting there. And next we'll have Emilija.
Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the comment, everyone.
Beautiful project.
Hi, everyone. Like Danielle said, my name is Emily. Thank you for being here. I'll just share my screen. So the project that I worked on is called Specular Reclamation. So this project is really about using different materialities and different vignettes within the project to really interrogate what the museum means and what its purpose is. So these are three of the kind of material conditions that I was exploring. I was looking at how you obscure details and how you reflect things and how you might also refract details to create a warped perspective. So giving a little background, so the first couple projects that we worked on in this semester were really focused on using these sort of lens structures to magnify and kind of warp and obscure details of artifacts. And going back to the very first thing that I did in this studio, I was researching into the object that I had chosen, which was this tapir ocarina. And I found that with that particular object, and this is a history that's shared with many of the artifacts that are housed within the museum, but it's something that was picked up by European settlers and almost immediately deeply understood and actually co-opted and taken back to Europe. And the word ocarina is actually Italian. It's not even of its original origin. So the ocarina specifically is something that was deeply misunderstood, and the complexities were kind of lost, and the cultural purpose was also lost. And so in the projects, I am looking at how, or what the museum's role is in kind of curating these views of objects and what that means to the purpose of the object, and how maybe that can be interrogated through the architecture. So in the research that I did, I'd focused on these sort of logical framework systems, particularly in Friedo's work with the bubble structures and the relationship that exists between the curvature of the bubble and the more planar surface of what exists between. And this is a view of the mixing chamber project that I worked on with Carrick and Yasmin. And again, that project was about more kind of obscuring and refracting and reflecting the view of the artifact itself to kind of get a different view of it.
Sorry,
And then so,
can we do full screen so we can look at just your work?
Definitely. So then moving forward with this project, I wanted to continue to explore those optical relationships. And so when I developed the massing, I was focused on how the program can interact with each other to create these sort of viewing points. So here you can see the three main viewing relationships that I was studying. So a view from inside of the edition to the museum itself, views from inside the edition to other views of the edition, and then view from the street to the edition. And so those three kind of viewing experiences are really what shaped how the program works together and flows together and starts to create this sort of cyclical pattern on it. And then also creates these sort of hotspots of lenses that start to aggregate where the viewing points are and how that relates also to the circulation. So this is the site plan, so you can start to see how the overall structure sort of nests within the site. So in the plan, the way that this structure works is it sort of floats above the ground and starts to have a more aerial relationship with the museum itself. And as you move through the space, you are driven through a series of areas dictated again by the viewing experiences. And as you do this, you have these spaces that are dictated mostly by the crystalline structure, as seen here, versus the more lens-like structures here. And so as you go through the space, you have different viewing experiences, not just to the outside world, but also to what the experience is like on the interior as well. And you can also see how the program starts to sort of like nest within each other, especially here, and how that nesting aids in creating those like viewing hotspots where everything kind of coalesces together. And this is the ground floor again, closer. And here you can really see the relationship between the architecture itself and then how the architecture and the site plan starts to work with the existing site and the sidewalk to create walking paths that also direct towards the museum to create a stronger relationship there, because even though the architecture is kind of an interrogation of the site, it also does have to serve a functional purpose of working with the architecture. So, and then this is showing the main circulation of the building and how there are transitions between the crystalline spaces and the spherical spaces in the experience. And again, showing how these sort of programs are nesting into each other to create the overall figure of it. And then they also incorporate these skylights, which do give a clear view to the outside, but it's not a clear view to the museum, because essentially every view to the museum from within this structure is either foggy or warped in some way to kind of force the attendee of this edition to think about the museum in a different way than they would have originally, something that seems to be a standard of Philadelphia is now something that seems sort of strange from these views. So this is a little vignette that shows one of the viewing spaces. So you can see how the layer of the lenses is nested on top of the crystalline structure and how that works.
Can you talk a little bit about the different layers here? Because
yeah,
it's so interesting, and you spent so much time developing them as well.
So predominantly it is the lens structures that gives the key viewing experience of the kind of combination of warping and reflecting, and the crystalline structure is more what gives the sort of obscuring veiling effect. And the two kind of coalesce together at certain points to create this multi-surfaced structure. And the transitions between those serve as a way to kind of direct they correlate essentially to the circulation path of the building. So the light optics, the way that they come through the lenses versus through the crystalline structure, also kind of serve to create visual difference between the different viewing experiences that you're having as you move through the space as well. And then the physical archives are housed beneath in the basement to protect them, of course. But one of the things that I was exploring in this, which you'll see more in the renders, was the digital displays with the space itself. So talk a little about that later. But these are the elevations. So you can start to get a sense of the sort of visual hotspots that occur where the lenses exist, and what sort of warping occurs, not just when you're looking out towards the museum from them, but also when you're just looking at them yourself, versus the sort of obscuring that occurs from the crystalline structure. So on the site, it begins to interact with the brick and reflect in certain areas, such as here. You can see how it starts to interact with the brick in an obscuring way, and how it creates this sort of like hybrid condition here, and then also reflects it on the surface of its facade as well. And then the intentionality too of the pathway, because I wanted it to have a fairly strong connection to the existing site, not just in the literal connections, but in the way that it directs people to it. Because it is such a large structure, I still wanted to provide ways that whoever is experiencing this could feel like, yes, I'm meant to be here and walk through here and go into the museum. Because in my experience in going to the museum, the entrance is sort of pushed back. It's kind of difficult to get to. So I wanted to address that a little bit, but I definitely think it could be developed further as well. Whoa, sorry, PDF glitch. And then I talked a little bit about it before, but the digital displays of these artifacts kind of allows the exhibition space and the digital archive storage to fuse into one space that merges together and sort of lends itself to that nesting idea from earlier. So instead of having to have the artifacts all hidden away the way that they are now, as they start to move towards a more digital-based storage system, as the artifacts are continued to be returned to their origins, the artifacts can continue to can actually be displayed in the public and be allowed to be seen instead of being boxed away. So the views of the artifacts themselves start to change as they're actually reclaimed as well. And then you can start to see a little bit of how the museum would look from this interior. So as you can see, when you look out from inside to the outside, what you're seeing isn't just a plain view of the museum. It's sort of this like, what am I actually seeing experience, and making you question, is this actually the museum that I'm looking at? I'm not really sure. So kind of trying to emphasize how we should be thinking about the museum. I mean, there's not a clear, easy answer to that, but the point of the project is to kind of force the visitor into starting to think about these things specifically to the relationship of the museum. And then an aerial view. And so I'll leave it off with the animation, which is more about describing the kind of experiential effect that you have as it sort of peeks out from the site as you come down the street to view this, and the way that the lighting caustics make it seem almost like ephemeral, even though it's this large solid structure. And the contrast of the interior versus the exterior experiences. And then this sort of like warping and reflecting effect that you get on the hybrid materials surfaces that have been developed here. And then one of the other things that I wanted to look more into and want to continue to explore further is how this structure can serve to also give the public ways to view without actually going into the museum itself. So potentially projecting like images of the artifacts that are housed inside onto the lenses, or having a system where the lens displays are actually refracting those. So essentially, to sum it up, this project is essentially about looking at how views are curated and kind of trying to use the two or several different layers of architecture to create a system that helps you kind of look at that relationship in a new way. And then I'll bring it over to the Miro board to look at. But eager for any feedback.
Thank you, Emily.
I think it's a super beautiful project. Like I just totally, it just sends me to so many directions. So I'll send you on a few. It recalls Robin Evans' Paradoxical Symmetries, where he talks about Mies van der Rohe's pavilion as a way where architecture and reflection could work together. And he talks about how it could destroy coherence. Reflection could destroy coherence. In a way, I think you're trying to do some of that, this collage way, Anish Kapoor way of kind of blending and breaking, but also could unite it. And I think that would be really interesting for you to read. He talks about ways in which in 17th century, or I don't remember if it's 17, 18 century, there was a use of anamorphic projection, and then using reflectors to kind of create
a united vision, and in a way that sends me to how you're bringing in these digital artifacts almost as these new three-dimensional objects, kind of like a prism that begins to kind of create them as three-dimensional elements in space, although they're projections. So I think that's a really interesting relationship between the ephemeral and the local, and how, or the actual, and how you could use a physical reflection to begin to unite and throw you into a different space at the same time, and how the architecture that you're creating begins to do that. And I really appreciate the different materialities that you're using in order to kind of not get us stuck in that loop of reflection, but to give us a reprieve and kind of space and bring us back in and out of your kind of dreamscape. So I really appreciate the project. Really beautiful.
It's a great suggestion. Thank you.
I agree. I think it's a really beautiful project. I mean, even just the hues and the tones, picking up on the warmth of the surrounding buildings is really great. I mean, I think it's something that's kind of being understood in all the projects, but kind of the rhythm of the aggregation of your kind of more abstract geometry against kind of the rhythm of the existing buildings, such as kind of the bubble spheres kind of echoing the openings of the colonnade and the building behind, I think is really beautiful, and is something that I think all the projects kind of are playing on, which is really great. And I think that kind of like reflecting the reflections on those outer spheres is really beautiful. I think the kind of rendering you have from the exterior, where you're picking up kind of the openings and the penetrations from the existing building in different ways, is really quite beautiful. And you know, kind of going back to how you're aggregating this object, I think you're doing it in a really interesting way. And I really love your interior renderings. It creates like this really beautiful cavernous space, and it feels like it's a lot more cellular. So when I look at the plan and the section, I actually am a little bit confused, because this feels like more like you're meandering through these kind of booleaned and kind of carved spheres, whereas in the plans and sections it feels like these grand halls. And so when you're showing kind of these aggregations of these geometries, I imagine they create much more cavernous and kind of interesting meandering experiences through the interiors than what you're showing in your plan and section. So if I had anything to say to kind of push this forward, is to kind of capture that interior kind of cavernous quality in the plans and sections and as well, and kind of really use that geometry and kind of those intersections that are so strong on the exterior, and play off that more in the interior, because clearly you see it because it's in the renderings, but it's not quite there yet in the drawings, I would say.
Right. Yeah, for the interior, I think there's a way more to develop. And I think you Emily, you know that there's a potential here. But nonetheless, I would like to echo the beautiful moment of the exterior that both Yael and Mia were pointing out. I find that there's a almost like an infinite journey of deciphering the bubbleness and this kind of faceted aggregation that's kind of intermittently changing the facade depending on where you stand. I think that's a beautiful moment. It's a stellar facade that you're offering here. I think that's an amazing outcome that you developed your project. And then I just want to point out one thing. This is actually another aspect that you might have incorporated into your project, which is actually, I don't know if it's a midterm model or the generative model, or I don't know, but there's a previous model that you have on the top left panel, where you have actually the bubble, like a soap bubble. And I find that material is something peculiar. It has it's not just a reflection and refraction, but there's one layer on top of that, which is the pearlescence, right? There's some rainbow, and then with that, you can't tell what the color is. Like it's your final outcome is kind of reddish, like brownish facade. But with that, like the midterm model, I would say, it's somewhat blue, somewhat green, somewhat red, and it's somewhat transparent and translucent. There's a kind of unresolved moment over here. And I can associate that with your final outcome, where you can't find the boundary of the geometry, where you can't find the definition of your architecture. I think this is an amazing moment. And definitely there's a huge chance that's latent to this model. And I like to keep that notion on your palette. I can easily see that you can redeliver this to the following project in the next semester. So I would like to congratulate you on finishing this semester.
Thank you.
I think that I think the discussion of ephemerality is really really important, both in relation to this project, but also the studio as a whole. Because I think like formally and tectonically materialistically, I guess you're certainly achieving that. But you bring up a point that I found quite interesting reading some of also the other associated texts with the syllabus about, was it the Royal Museum for Central Africa, and just kind of the decolonization, returning of artifacts and objects. And so in that process, we're creating digital assets of these objects. And thus, ultimately, what is the value of the actual object or artifact in its digital state? It's really just becoming like more of a license than it is anything else. And so are we actually saying that the museum as a typology is now ephemeral, where perhaps the need for it isn't as necessarily as important as it once was, because there used to be, or it's, I mean, still today, but we're moving towards it where there's no longer this singular object that has this value or this importance. It's now a digital, infinitely replicable thing. So something that I think that's just like a larger discussion to have about the studios and the museum as a whole. But nonetheless, I really like this project a lot.
I can second and third a lot of the comments. It's a phenomenal project on so many levels, and I mean, I can probably jump in each one of your representations, Emily, and we can dive into like even a very particular problem that each representation is kind of trying to deal with. And again, so many congratulations on the way and the precision of the geometry and some of the comments that I want to say even just Yael was bringing up early in terms of anamorphic projection and how that plays with perspective is really incredibly articulated into the project, kind of embedded into its kind of both core concept and its manifestation. So like big congratulations on this. I'm even intrigued by things that would typically like come out as more generic let's say digital artifacts in your presentation, like even in the way that you use translucency in your renders kind of comes out a little bit too unreal and kind of, how should I say, like an artifact of the software. But the way that your presentation and the way that you talk about these perspectives challenges me to kind of push this agenda further and say like, all right, what does it really mean to be to erase something, right, in a digital manner? It feels more like how should I say, like a digital screen that would feel like a translucent glass, precisely because ultimately you want it completely frameless and as a kind of a distortion of an image rather than a presence in itself. So it's I guess ultimately to kind of finish this thing as a compliment, you've achieved something quite unique in this project, and in its overall balance and its precision in every aspect that it tries to tackle, from program to geometry to experience and to materiality. So big congratulations.
Right. Emily, amazing, amazing work today and throughout the whole semester. Thank you so much for your dedication to the project down to the detail, and how it was kind of pushed and carried through. So I think you got wonderful feedback, and I hope that this project for you continues in a way.
Thank you all for the feedback. It's been really helpful.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, so we have 3 more projects. Is Yasmin, are you ready to go?
No, I'm close. The computer just rebooted. So
Okay, so I think we're gonna go to Lushu, and we'll Lushu, and then we'll do Yasmin, and then we'll finish with Michael. Perfect. Take it away. And I heard that there was an earthquake where you are in China.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Like we are very used to that because it just happens to Taiwan all the time, and
okay.
My place is really close to there. So.
Oh wow! All right. Well, we're glad everything's okay. We appreciate you still presenting today.
It's no big deal. I'll just share my PDF, I think. Is it full screen now?
Not yet.
I think this is the biggest I can go, maybe. I'm not sure.
I think it's okay.
Okay. So I will start with my concept statement. The project is called Behind the Veil. When referring to an archive museum, there's usually an impression of a depressed and enclosed space, safely sealing the artifacts. Although for security reasons, it's better to keep them somewhere private. These artifacts are still required to interact with people for the purpose of research and study often. Apart from the common display, which completely exposes the artifacts to people, which stand for some kind of publicity in this project, the private archive part of space is expected to have a balance between stability of protecting the artifacts and the flexibility of allowing people who engage with them to enjoy the time and space. So the project is aimed at challenging the existing archive museum's typology by bringing in a transition between a traditional enclosed space and a more open, lighter research area, using concrete to construct the archive zone and submembrane to cover the adjacent research zone on the top stories. The project is expected to be able to switch function and atmosphere quickly between different areas. Excuse me. By introducing the concept of veil, I try to seek a way to accommodate both characteristics in the project by constructing multiple layers of steel elements and ETFE membrane, which is translucent, allowing lighting to get through. For the external envelope, I try to express this kind of subtle transition between openness and closure by adopting a moire effect on the facade of the project. Yes, so this image just shows the layers of the outer membrane of the project, and go to the plan. Sorry. So the main plan here shows a view of 3 stories from the 2nd floor to the sinking atrium in the basement. The light purple grease at the bottom of the plan indicated the movement of the exterior envelope where the moire effect happens, and they encourage the movement of the space organization. So the project is of 6 stories in total, and the other plans are on the right side of this page. Excuse me. The section here is trying to present an overall view of the project, showing the atrium along with the big central staircases. leading to the bottom of the building in the middle. To complete a concentrated, welcoming circulation and allowing people to respect the view of the existing Penn Museum through the project. The supporting elements building up a relationship between the inner envelope and the outer envelope could be observed here as well, at the top of the project. The chunk section here is a combination of the three kinds of functional space representing different levels of openness. The research areas on the top stories allows people to bring the archive artworks from the adjacent archive storage on the middle stories to a place with more pleasant experience. The archive storage space between the open research zone and the opaque exhibition space provides convenience and safety in transporting artifacts. The exhibition space is welcoming, connecting the sinking atrium and the upper zones on the ground floor and the first floor. Excuse me. From different views of elevations, the exterior veil structure's shape was instructed and defined by the creases of the inner envelope with sharp edges. So this is the elevation view from the right side. And there could be like when the veil exposed the inner envelope, like there will be like glasses, glazing glasses, like under the veil to take to be the roof for the project. And this is the elevation view from the left side. So this is a render view from the inside of the project. Walking through the entrance from the street, standing opposite of the central staircases, take a look at the old Penn Museum, and shadows of the veil structure on the top drops down on the building like a veil. And this is the same position, standing at the same position and looking up. And turn back, walk out to the street. There's something between inside and outside. Between the glass glazing and the exterior veil, people can walk through where there's a vibe between closure and openness. And this is by the street, and walk out. This is a front view from the street. Thank you.
Those skeleton figures are very curious.
Yeah, maybe it's the skeletons in the closet that, that came out.
Actually, you also had an animation, didn't you? Didn't you have like a turntable or something that you wanted to show?
Yes, but it's not a turntable. It's a just like changing the lighting. I will try to show you.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, Dorit, I didn't mean to interrupt. We can also go back to the Miro board if it's difficult to find.
I'm just trying to yeah, I'm not sure how to like find this window because
Okay, maybe we just go back to the Miro board. If you find it, that would be great.
Yeah, then maybe I can continue. So yeah, I wonder if I'm sure that the skeletons are intentional, but it kind of connects to this use of the word veil as a main a main theme for your design, and what you're trying to hide or what you're trying to reveal with this veil. So I guess my question is the relationship between maybe what you call the veil, which is this exterior mesh, right? And the volume, and the volume inside, and the existing building. I think it's really beautiful in the there's something about the atrium image, or that those views that are in between the street and the interior, that speaks to that veil. But I wonder why. I think it's like something that happened in a lot of projects, and I'm not sure if Danielle can clarify if that was kind of part of the brief or not. But a lot of the projects ended up really occupying the courtyard of the museum. And I wonder with the Veil project.
That's okay. We can figure this out. Tell me, or explain a little bit more for this.
Sorry, is this?
I don't know. Someone's mic was on.
Okay. So yeah. So I'm just wondering if the Veil can start more blending in between your addition and the old building, and you know, really veil either the connection or the difference, or the what you're trying to reveal, like, you know, emphasize what you're trying to reveal, because right now it's really just kind of another layer on top of the volume that you added, right? It doesn't try to blur between those, and it doesn't, you know, it's not also being taken off at one spot that you're really wanting to reveal. So, like, you know, the veil as just, I'm thinking about it with, you know, a woman wearing a veil, and lifting it at one moment, right? And there's drama there. And so I think the concept is really strong, and I wish you just pushed it farther to either highlight elements that you want to reveal, or really blend in between things that you want to kind of.
I would like to follow up on those comments, because of course the project is about to veil, but I was wondering if the fact that, for instance, your renderings are on a cloudy day where lighting is diffuse and therefore everything is a little bit more diagrammatic, whether that's kind of playing a role here. If I imagine the shadows that these veils would do on the main building and then on the surrounding space, and then how these shadows would be dynamic throughout the day, to kind of create very different kind of playful moments with the access to the building, the different kinds of entry points, but also the way in which they would play in the interactions themselves around that ground floor. It would show a different project, I think, perhaps closer to the reality of how it is designed. But so I would suggest that the project has these kinds of like differences, very important differences between the solid interior, that this kind of solid envelope, and then the veil over it. And I agree very much with Dorit that there are moments where we don't feel the friction between these, like the operations that are like how one is taking advantage of the other. For instance, whether those indentations on the solid could sometimes have either openings or be differentiated in their pattern to play furthermore with the scales of the intersections of the lines of the envelope. So there's some things here now that we see could operate. And I wonder if it is like a lighting idea or a diagrammatic that could show that better. But as an idea, I would suggest, if I was bringing this project to, to now development, let's say that we would take this project forward, I would use actually the veil very much to play with the edges of the solid as well. So right now it's letting parts of the solid come through. I would actually play with parts of the ground floor, even perhaps creating completely new spaces that have no solid, no volume, and just veil, or just by the influence again of shadows in certain moments of the day to have spaces defined that way. And so to use representation as an important condition of how you say that you're creating space with it, but on the edges, very much on the edges.
I completely agree with Carla's and Dorit's comments. And just expanding on that, when we talk about, I mean, or when there is an idea of veil, both conceptual and tectonic, I think we can also talk about textiles. And I mean, the idea of a veil that, I mean, it's not just about a continuous surface that moves around with, or that it's, I mean, in a way managed or choreographed or formed through, I mean, ideas of kind of, like wrapping a volume, or, I mean, just operating mainly, I mean, I would say as a veil, but it's also about the grain of the veil itself. So right now, I think the idea of a veil just being continuous, like actually the only grain that is maybe apparent on it is the one of the structure that actually kind of supports the veil. But I think it's I mean, if you were to think about this as a series of fibers or lines, I mean, just conceptually, and then how that can start to be materialized and possibly allow for multiple conditions to take place within that veil. I mean, even if you look at, for example, Japanese fabrics, that, I mean, they're so structural in nature. I mean, how you can work with different densities, even with different colors, different, I mean, types of fibers within one kind of continuous piece of fabric. But I think this also, or thinking it that way, I think could possibly amplify ideas of a curatorial strategy that maybe, I mean, this is something that, I know, you have talked about, but just as a true continuation of the brief, just by these three different zones. But imagine that, I mean, maybe the textile or the veil itself could start to accommodate differences in its own tectonics once it approaches these, I mean, different zones. So then, I mean, not that there should be a direct translation between one tectonic condition of the veil and then, let's say, ideas of colonialism, or, I mean, like maybe referring directly to materials, or, I mean, I'm not sure that relationship has to be so direct. However, I think it's maybe a first step to produce differences, not just in terms of the tectonics of that veil, material density and so on, but also in terms of the inflections, the inner inflections that that veil can have. I mean, Carla was talking about the edges, which I completely agree, but that also can be translated into inflections on the inside, on the interior space of the building, where void or interior and exterior begin to be more ambiguous, because that's basically kind of pushing the veil like to do more within the interior organization of the building. So I mean, I agree, it's a super strong concept. And I think, I know there are a lot of really good comments, I mean, throughout the jury that you can, take for future, thoughts.
I totally agree with Georgina's comments. Talking about veil, the first project I would think of is the Pratt Museum. And I remember when I visited there and I was looking at the gap between the veil, the facade, and the second layer of the structure, the interior walls. There's amazing moments that's happening between them. I was wondering if that's something you can introduce to your project. Also, veil should not only stay on the concept that looking from outside, you should start to curate the interior walking experience. Like when you're looking outside, how your facade is framing the view of the museum for the visitors. And most importantly, I think is you could start to make this atrium, the central atrium space more playful. It seems like I'm trying to understand, looking at the plan, it seems like there's atrium inside the building, but looking at the section, it seems like it's fully cut through. So I'm a little bit curious about your thoughts on that space. Yeah. So when you're working inside, when you're looking out in between the buildings, what kind of dialogue, what kind of interactions are happening between these two figures, and what is happening on the ground? And also, by the way, congratulations on having a very clear understanding of your structure, the direction of selection. This is very important in the Penn experience. Starting at 501 is a really strong start. I encourage you to continue to do that, and also having a consideration of structure of the material choice. I think that will make you going on the right track. So yeah, just I'm trying to encourage you to be more playful and be more ambitious about implement the concept throughout the whole project, not only just staying on certain levels.
Nice, thank you for all the feedback. Ezio, do you have one last comment? We need to move on. We have two more.
Very good.
Yeah.
I want to say also, I'm going to second some of the comments. Maybe I'll return all the way back to the first thing Dorit said about the skeletons in the render, which also to me were kind of intriguing. It's interesting to me in that, like, also what Chao was just bringing up, the fact that like at some point the study of the moire and the experience of like shadow and interactivity kind of gave into, now we actually need to structure this thing as a building, right? So therefore the skin needs to convey more structure, and that this thing is, you know, ready to be built with a very particular thickness. And I think that some more experiential concerns kind of went a little bit in the background. It would be really interesting to kind of bring them back in the relationship, as earlier critics were pointing out, and when Carla was talking about the depth, right, between that exterior surface and ultimately the enclosure of your building. But even within the moire itself, within the skin itself, one thing to kind of go back to consider is that the beginnings of moire, the beginnings of interference, were also early experiments in understanding topography and 3D scanning, understanding distance to a surface, right, and depth. So there is an enormous amount of opportunity to like recalibrate just the resolution of that exterior skin to get an enormous amount of effects. And I think that project is really there. So maybe if you have time to kind of further bring back some of those experiences in your renders, it would be really incredible.
Thank you. Beautiful conversation. Thank you so much. All right, so we're gonna move on. I believe that Yasmin is ready now to present.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. We're a touch behind, but I think we're still gonna be around, you know, a little bit after 1. So I think we're still kind of good for time. Go for it.
Sounds good. Let me share my screen. So hi, my name is Yasmin Golding. Nice to meet you all. My project is called Kissing Correlation, and I did a lot of reading into Sylvia Laban's book, Kissing Architecture, and how it articulates a new relationship between the interior and exterior boundaries. And you can see here in my stills.
Sorry to interrupt. Can we do full screen with this?
Oh, is it not full screen?
No, it's not.
I would hope. It looks full screen to me, but not you. I didn't click on that, sorry. So Sylvia Laban's book, Kissing Architecture, articulates this new relationship between how we compare interior and exterior boundaries, temporarily creating a new definition of these thresholds that operate through suction and slippage rather than delimitation and boundary. And I wanted to iterate on these ideas with how we can slip different architectural components in and out of the site and how they begin to drape and conform to each other, especially with the pre-existing museum. So for my first project this semester, I started to work with like links and how we can use a standard unit of a link to incorporate, to fill a space. So I use the standard unit of a link here to, in my mixing chamber project, to slip in and out of the exterior boundary. And that was a big idea that me and Danielle pushed on for this project, was how does that relate in a building? Like, how can we pull different components out and continue them across into the site? So I worked with a standard link, and how I started to work together with these components to blur and conceal the boundaries between the standard link. So kind of erasing the seams and creating these bigger spaces. So you can see how these links are now tied together, creating a continuous infinite looping pathway of interior space. And I'm gonna actually come back to that. It's an odd spot, I think. But this is the slippage that I start to talk about, is how the drip can conform to these architectural elements, which you'll see a little bit later. But I wanted to, yeah, here we go. So in my plan, you can see that what we do see as a general link here starts to, the links begin to blur together on the interior space, and they express their seams by like creating creases in them, and also you're also erasing the seams and creating these larger spaces. So the link is being completely erased and kind of slips into these large gathering spaces that pulls away from that. And then this is the condition that I start to develop with the existing Penn Museum. So how do I create these thresholds that initiate human interaction? So this threshold here creates a pathway, and then there's connecting ties on either side. Some of them create walkable space, shelter, and like a canopy. And then the drip also conforms to like regular architectural elements, and how I can pull away from that and then connect back to the building. So now I can go back to this. I'm sorry, it's a little bit everywhere today. So in my axon, the thing I wanted to highlight was the different zoning in my model. Is there a bit of zoom on? No, you can't. You can't zoom in a presentation.
I think if you do Control+, that might work.
Control+. Oh, okay. It is possible. So the thing I wanted to define in my axon is the relationship between the front threshold and the back threshold of my model, and how the front threshold begins to control the walkable space. And I mean, it's a little hard to tell in here, but it's a higher density of the drip that controls the front area, and then the back begins to have a more horizontal movement, moving back towards the facade, and it becomes thinner and more delicate as it moves towards the back of the model and connects to the facade. Okay, sorry, I couldn't get out of the zoom. Yeah, and that's the condition that I highlight there. And in my chunk model, I wanted to like show that connection of how these smaller spaces that you begin to move through also can become enlarged. And that's, I mean, it's more or less like something that's only really in section when it comes down to it, which I think it's interesting that I can completely conceal the form of what it is. But, and then these are my elevations, and how you can see that you start to work with these exterior facades. And the links begin to engage in this motion of the kiss, slipping between each other and softening the crease to create larger, more obscure links. And this, like, I also, the part that was important to me is like how it dribbles down the side to create these spaces. sorry, in my plan, it starts to define interior space and what is walkable and what isn't, but also the setup for all these models was like not convenient. Here in my axon, ran away from me. My axon, I start to highlight these different colored areas for how movement works. And an important part was how these start to connect back together. So the archive space, I wanted to be directly tied with how we're interacting with the gallery space. So they start to have these infinite looping mechanisms between the programs so that you move continuously between the archive and the education through to the museum space. And that is something that you can start to see through this connection. So like you come through this main promenade up into the building and it links you through the archive, and then further up in the building, you pull back across. And it's bringing you through these spaces that allow you for moments of rest, but you're continuing on this journey of all these gallery spaces with little nestled archive moments. But you can see it in section here. So it's like you're pulling across between these two like buildings, but they're really not connected. And they kind of serve, like one is archive and one is the museum. But I wanted there to be like this, I don't know, eloquent circulation between the two to kind of connect between something that's more privatized and bring it within the museum's program. And then, of course, I'm still zoomed in for everything. And then you can see how I pull these architectural components across the facade here. And then this is through the connection of, I have the archive space and it moves you into the museum, but the pre-existing archive space for Penn Museum exists strangely, like it's in the basement here, but it's also the first floor here. So I wanted to like create this ease of pathway through to this other side with access for them, but I don't know if they actually use that or not, you know? It's one of those things that you couldn't see when we went to the museum. Yeah, elevations. And then I can show you connections between, yeah, and the part that like the drip also started to conform to the site and how we initiate these exterior spaces and what is walkable and what is movable, and kind of privatizing this entrance for the archive use, and then the general visitor walks through the main promenade or up into this museum circulation space. And then these are my other renders showing that. And then my interior space moving up into the entrance of my building and into some of the exterior space. And then my next space shows kind of where these slippages happen and we start to get these spaces for archive that exist around the tubes. And the tubes, they're 15 feet wide, so they're not completely inhabitable at a weird angle. So like there would be a ladder system for, you know, long chain of storage.
I want to make sure you have enough time for feedback.
Yeah, I'm done.
So,
I'm done.
Okay, all right.
All done.
Perfect. Maybe you can leave us with one sentence about the project. Did you want to switch to the Miro boards, or do you want to just stay in the PDF?
Oh, I'll switch to the Miro board. Oh wait, I was gonna leave that's not gonna help me. Oh wait, now I stopped sharing. Sorry. It's one of those days. How do you get out of the screen? Oh, I'm sorry. How do you get out of a presentation mode? Am I
Escape should do it.
Escape. Yeah.
escape? Oh, wow. That would be it. Okay. I should be on Miro now. Of course it's loading. Yeah, but I mean, the main point I really wanted to leave with is like the relationship that is continued inside and outside the museum between the creasing and slippage of the geometries and the connection between this softened outer membrane and this firm exterior, and how they can kind of mold and transform a very strict standardized unit into something that can be a larger, more softened space.
I guess I can just jump in. I wanted to say I really love your project. I think it's really playful, bizarre. It's also oddly sensual in a way. I mean, I really commend you for putting yourself into your project so fully. It was fun to watch you present. I mean, so I think that my favorite character in your project is definitely what you call the sorry, you called it the drip.
The drip.
I mean, you talk a lot about like Sylvia Lavin and the slippage, and you create, you know, these linking moments. But I really think that all the connectivity and all that kind of slippage happens only when the character of the drip is present, right? Like when you connect back to the museum, it's the drip, you know, the stair, right, connecting between different levels. It's always the drip. And I also really appreciate the way the drip comes out from the sides and begins to trace the contours of the existing building. I think it's really beautiful. And so, I mean, to speak of all these things, I think the linking is interesting, but I think the project really took on its character through that idea of the drip. I think it's really beautiful, and those moments where it's kind of tracing back and connecting to the existing building is really beautiful. So I commend you for this project. I was very entertained.
Thank you. I had to throw something in about the links, you know.
Yeah, I would like to build up on that comment, Mia's comment. Yeah, I definitely appreciate the way that you dripped or liquefied the facade, part of the facade, not only to the existing museum, but also to the ground. And I find that I mean, overall project is amazing, but what I find here that probably helps you is that when you try to explain the bridge to the museum, there's a list of vocabulary that you were able to deliver, and you know, it's somehow a bit not the generating vocabulary is not the problem. I think the way that you constructed that area is a little bit vulgar. It's very straight onto the museum, and then there's no a careful touch to it. And even like some like structural bridge that's running to the existing museum and it's touching, I find that's really also very straightforward, but not to the degree that's feeding back the intentionality. Meaning that your operation here is reliant on the tactile operation. Like as long as you try to touch, you reach out to something to touch, that's probably the effect that you're trying to find out here. But what I really appreciated in your project is actually the way that you start to think of the ooze of the liquefied this metal on the ground. It seems that the moment is not so fast and it's somewhat dormant. It's really slow, but it's actually creating something very architectural. Somewhat it's kind of steps, somewhat it's kind of slopes, depending on how thin it becomes on the ground or how thick it remains on the ground. And I think that's a really important moment, because by itself it's an architecture, but also by itself it's a landscape, right? So I think that's very unnatural, and yet it's really systematic. And I think I would like you to further develop on this idea. It's an amazing finding that you created throughout this project. So I would like to commend you on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
That comment you said about the tube being super strict, I went back and forth on that so many times too.
Yeah, I like that moment. Unfortunately, I have to hop out of existence in a second for another meeting, but I think that place is where it gets most interesting, where the homogenizing differentiation of your reaction diffusion kind of surface articulation, it's a type of algorithm or natural process that takes place, is an interesting interface into the like homogenized tube condition. And I have a little trouble kind of like understanding the sameness of all the tubes, right? Like the consistency of their size and how that leads to kind of organization and program right now. But that place where you've extracted the ooze from the surface diagram, right, is now selectively changing scales of things, right? Like, and I think that could work in many directions. That you can take like large chunks or amalgamations of this like relatively even pattern, but because it's so different, you could start to like erode or merge, or as you said, like uncrease the intersection or meeting of the kissing of tubes. So I think that's a really nice place it's happening right now. It's also very like Terminator 2 aesthetic. That's kind of maybe something to look into, of that morphing, right? Like the malleability of it and what it can kind of become when it meets volume architecturally. But thank you, everybody. I really enjoyed this.
Thank you, Robert. Yes.
See you soon.
Yeah, she watched Alien, the first one by Ridley Scott. Terminator 2, I think, is on the list.
So you just need all the bones, and then you cover the bones in like liquid metal, and then like freeze it somewhere in between. There you go.
Looks perfect.
I want to add a couple of let's say readings onto the ooze. It's really interesting, your project on so many levels, and you've done an incredible job on like the plans and the sections are so believable that you kind of really try to convey that you're getting a much more of an experience than just the tube, and the diversity that you're able to produce there, and so on and so forth. It's incredible. But I guess just to poke a little bit of discussion, so don't take this thing much of a critique. In fact, I remember we're having a similar conversation with you at midterm. That has to do with how does let's say the ooze first of all begin to inhabit and coalesce like different volumes, like let's say different organizational elements together into a unified whole, but also then how does the silver T1000 mercury thing that also ooze, right, however you want to call it, like how does that occupy the skin, but also what does it do to the skin, right? Like let's say if you really look closely to your renderings, one could start thinking about, let's say, some sort of like the silver adds a particular reading of not luxury, but brings that tension into something that is precious potentially, but at the same time it's not that, right? I mean, it's not just the slick kind of, let's say, silver detail. It's also quite scary. It's a little bit also the attack of the blob, right? Like this thing is going to come and eat you. If you touch it, you don't know if you're going to survive. And I think that ambivalence actually on how the silver kind of plays with the form is also could bring this on a completely different type of cultural reading, in the sense that if there is something that is, as an overall massing, establishes a series of links, right, that are otherwise in some form of decay, the institution of the museum in itself plays the role of evaluating, bringing things into attention, making them more valuable, but also has the level of colonization, and let's say it has the darkness and the scary part that comes with it. In a sense, the silver on the in someone's hands can play the role of kintsugi, right? Sorry, please, Rio, fix me, correct me here, right? It could be the gold joinery of fixing something that is broken, or it could be the opposite, that is actually trying to super evaluate a particular type of, let's say, culture that has turned itself into stone, right?
Huh. That's interesting. Yeah.
I totally agree with Ezio's comments. By the way, if this project it has like a scaled model in the gift shop, I will definitely pay for it. While I was reading your syllabus, I was eager to see like someone was trying to attempt to build a connection between the new edition and the existing museum. I think this is a very successful example of that. And I think there are so many interesting moments, like in the image on the right, that there's all these almost touching moments, these kissing moments between the new and the old. I think next step, you can start to think about how to start to curate the threshold space of building like a vestibule space between the two different programs or buildings. And also I love your exploded axon diagram, which shows the layered system. That is something I've been always interested in looking at. And I think the idea of link, it has a very rich texture and a very clear articulation, very beautifully executed, not only on the skin level, the facade level, but also on your interior articulation, interior, the lighting and the circulation, the program organization, everything is like, looks fantastic, very exciting project. And I think this is a very good example of project to start to think about the poche space, the space between the programs and walls, how you can start building a secondary structure or the MEP space, etc. The architectural boring part of stuff, how you're gonna nest them inside the geometry to make it a really comprehensive project. Again, congratulations, really, really beautiful project.
I know we need to move on. The only two references, so 2 words. Look at, I think your project is, I mean, and now it's not the alien kind of reference, but this is, maybe 60, 50 years ago. Frederick Kiesler's Endless House, and maybe meeting Isamu Noguchi's Playgrounds.
Huh.
And everything
very
in between.
nice.
Everything in between. Yeah.
Very nice.
Oh, what was the second one? You said
Isamu Noguchi's Playgrounds.
Okay.
Danielle, do we have to move on?
We have to, maybe last comment, but after this we'll have our final final project. So yeah, we can also expand. Okay. But you want to say one?
Yeah, I just also love like what happens like close to the ground, where the pattern that is part of a 2D pattern applied then starts becoming to the 3-dimensional and spill. And I wonder just what happens in the interior, because you mentioned Sylvia Lavin's kissing architecture is really about how surface in architecture is kissing other disciplines, right? And in a museum, especially art and in installation art. In the context of a museum, that's definitely happening. So I just wonder what the type of installation art, like projections or painting or any other types of art that can happen inside of the museum interacts with this pattern on the interior. But yeah, I agree with all the previous comments.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Yes, thank you for that. And beautiful presentation. And I think we had a really amazing conversation about the work. So thank you so much, Yasmin, for all your
I got
dedication.
Thank you.
Okay, I know you had some computer issues.
I know, I had such a bad day and you guys made it better. So thank you.
I'm sorry, and
I don't think it's so scary. It seems like a friendly monster in a certain sense, It's has the kind of, let's say, formal discipline about which you're working with things that don't necessarily lend themselves to that. I feel, I know we have to go on and you can switch to the next one, but it's a little bit like, I think when they were making Finding Dora, there's the kind of character that's the bad guy, the swiper, who ends up taking stuff, but they had to go through so many iterations because children thought it was too scary. So they had to find this element of what was too scary and what was acceptable for, you know, younger children. I find it's kind of more of a friendly project than a scary project.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
All
yeah.
right. So last but not least, we have Michael. Do you want to take it away? And hopefully we
Sure
can,
thing.
maybe we can be a little bit more concise with the presentation so we can fold it in.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it quick.
Okay, perfect.
So first of all, I think my mom is on the live stream. So hi, Mom. How you doing? So I'll share my screen real quick. Also, hi, Dina, my girlfriend. She's downstairs watching the live stream. So, Tamed Wormhole. This is my project.
Full screen, man. We got to do full
Yeah,
screen.
I'm getting there. I need to. There we go. Control L. Okay, that's more like it. So, like the rest of the projects, we explored a lot of concepts of hybrid material studies, and mine in particular, I wish to explore architecture and museums, how they relate to time and temporality. So I'll just read off my project brief here because I think it sums up most of what I want to talk about. So space and time are infinitely intertwined forces of our universe, perceptible on different scales. Archives catalog time within space. Collections rotate, artifacts come and leave, but their presence is cataloged and imprinted. The Penn Museum archive, formerly tucked away from the public eye in the bowels of the museum, becomes a focal point. At the same time, the archive must still be protected from direct contact with visitors. This relationship is wrapped in the harnessing of infinity, the structure that takes the form of a triply periodic minimal service, an infinitely repeating three-dimensional service. The space is a small section of infinity, carved out and manifested in physical space. Floors become walls, become ceilings, become walls, again back to floors, all along the same side. Thus, functions on either side of its walls never intersect, but do intertwine. Wrapping the archives is a skin that responds to the transient nature of visitors and collections. Like the skin of a cuttlefish, chromatophores reflect and refract the colors and imprints of the artifacts held within, and change opacity as the space fills and empties. The archive is the display, alive and formally responsive to its function, allowing a spatial experience noticeably linked with time. So here are my my hybrid material studies. The process boards for this remain pretty consistent throughout the entire semester, I think. I tried to deal with ideas of chromatophore skin of a cuttlefish, wavy glass, and kind of molded triply periodic forms that kind of wrap along themselves, the same surface and infinitely outward, as well as ideas of projection and reflection of anything. There's a very cool project from Tokyo Institute of Technology where you just they made active camouflage with projectors. Very cool stuff. So this is the 1B project, and that's kind of what led me to what I have now, as well as the Taichung Opera House, the structure of which I heavily based my design off of. Here's some iterations of the forms that I was playing around with, how the museum would come together structurally. And this is how it manifested. But I would like to show you first a video that I believe captures this. I was able to 3D print a model. So let's see. I projected onto it to get at a better sense of what I'm trying to go for. So this goes along with the idea of how a museum can become more than that and respond to its time and place. Like as artifacts would empty out of this space, it would leave reflections and it would leave projections of those artifacts on the walls, the ceilings, and the floors throughout the tubes and the halls of the museum, so that you could see what was once there, but know that whatever artifact is being displayed or projected has been returned to its rightful owners. And back to, you were able to see that, right? I did. Okay, we're back to this. So the site plan, the building comes together as a large mass covering the eastern side of the museum, connecting to it. The floor plans, hold on. Oh, full screen, sorry. Thought I did full screen. Oh. There we go. The floor plans, the entrance is on the basement floor, where the first floor is a multimedia room and entrance area. And on the left side of this plan is the multimedia entrance space. The right side is the archive, which I'll get into in the section. Here's the plan again, and you can see the jog cut for this plan up at the top here. The section, I think, is where this really comes alive in a way. You have this separation between a completely free, open multimedia space with projectors on the opposite side to completely fill the area of it with art projects by rotating artists and different displays. That's how I conceive of it, at least. And then on the opposite side of that, on every other floor, is an archive space, which doubles as kind of an educational area in what we kind of dubbed the philo dough of the project, which kind of also wraps around to the outside end of the cladding. This is a view from the courtyard, showing the entrance at the basement floor here and how it wraps and like encases the existing building. From the opposite angle, showing the street view of it, it kind of sits on the edge of the site along the existing fence and has a small entrance that leads you to a large open courtyard where you can see the full extent of the museum. Taking a chunk out of it, I wanted to describe how this cladding system comes together with the structure as well as with circulation. So spiral staircases here. There's one in this instance. This staircase connects to the multimedia gallery spaces, whereas there's another similar staircase that connects only to the archives. Of course, the rest of the museum is connected by other auxiliary stairs and elevators. And this multiple layering of the cladding kind of creates this reflective and refraction of different exterior conditions, and it allows for a lot of cool lighting effects inside. Here's a Schwazi view of it, calling out the chunk as well as relating it to the courtyard again, as well as the street. Some elevations. This is the street-facing elevation from the north. You can start to see how these layers kind of wrap along each other and then like delaminate at the bottom to reveal more of the interior. Same thing with this one, and how the punctures in this wall relates to the existing building, as well as here where you can see the kind of entrance with the small opening that leads you to a large, vast courtyard. And then a render that I got from the stadium across the street of the courtyard. Inside of the gallery space with a projected video from native artists, because that is who was the demographic that was being examined in our projects with the artifacts. And then the ideal museum, the ideal decolonized museum where the archives are completely devoid of artifacts and used on a rotating basis for education and to honor what was once there. Thanks.
Do you want to take us to your Mira boards, and or did you have any animations you wanted to show us?
I can't hear you, Danielle.
Oh, did you have an animation that you wanted to show?
Oh yeah, I did have one animation as well, one other animation. I wasn't able to get the full. Wait, did you guys not see the projected You saw that one? Okay. And then I have one last animation that I'd like to show, the section animation of it. Sounds good. I'll go onto the Miro boards. Can you see this? Okay.
Yes. And maybe, you could say something about the chunk model, because I think there's the colorization.
I'm not sure if there's something wrong with my computer or yours, but let me try. Okay. This should work now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I was just gonna say, could you zoom into the chunk model for a moment and just
Yes.
tell us a little bit about the relationship between the kind of partially stored artifacts and how it relates to the colorization of your facade, or like the intended colorization of the facade?
So the intent of it would be through, like, I guess, what is this? Through, I guess, a kind of honoring of the artifacts that are given back to the people they belong to. Those would become projected in a way into the cladding and like remain there as part of the exterior for forever, more or less. So inside of these archives here, there's this like relation between the phyllo dough shelving and where they rest close to the facade. So like the proximity of these artifacts to the facade is where they would be projected onto.
I'm gonna be brief because I also have to hop off in 5 minutes. Michael, what a wonderful project, I must say. And actually, I mean, the way that you articulated the presentation, I think it's really impressive. It's almost that we could have, I don't know, just listen to the presentation without seeing anything and I would still get it, which is, I mean, I think it's pretty fantastic. So, I mean, also so many things to talk about, and I'm going to try to be super brief. But I think the way that you have approached the problem, both from a tectonic standpoint, a contextual one, that I think it's one of the few projects that I've seen today that, I mean, it's actually so responsive. I mean, not just like to try to necessarily comply with everything that the context offers, but then, I mean, in some cases, I would say, and also as a reaction against context, but then this means that, and you've been really sensitive to that, and I think that's great. But also in terms of the curatorial strategy and the actual mechanisms that you proposed, both on the exterior of the building, the ground, and the interior, in order to accommodate the exhibition, the archive, and the work, in general. So in a way, I mean, I think the project presents a very productive balance between all these different components, where on the one hand, each of these components has its own discreteness and almost its own kind of explanatory argument for what it is and what its performance could be. But also they're all very related to each other. I mean, they all operate in a pretty cohesive manner, even though what I actually appreciate the most is that they all have a pretty different formal vocabulary. I mean, we could argue that there is curvature, there is, a sense of geometric and formal dynamism everywhere, like from the handrails to the stairs, to the skin, to the ground, to the way that the archives work, and so on and so forth. But still, I mean, there is a contrast between them. There are many similarities between them. There are many differences. And these very productive conflicts in my head go back and forth, where, I mean, there is always a I mean, there is not an implicit hierarchy of this moment, of these, I mean, different components. But then that hierarchy changes depending on where in the building you are and which are the elements that are intervening in that kind of like cone of vision, right? So, so I think that's wonderful. Maybe if there is just one piece of criticism that I would bring to the table is the fact that, and this is something that I see maybe it's most apparent in here in this view, is like in some moments, I mean, there are moments that are tectonically so close to each other that I'm not sure if they should be the same or they should be further apart. Or maybe that's fine. And I think ultimately the way that we, I mean, many of these projects, if not all, also rely heavily on their representational means. I think it's then, I mean, what are the actual, I mean, what is the actual projection of the chunk or how you show it, what also establishes different narratives between the different parts of the project. So in this view, I'm not sure, for example, I like that. I don't like the fact that the handrail is just kind of sitting in a very lazy way on the slab. Which might be fine if I look at it from another angle. So I mean, in the sense that I think if there is just one little thing that the project is missing, is getting even closer to that and now getting to the detail. Okay, how can that handrail begin to absorb the tectonics of the slab, or how can a wall absorb then the tectonics of the roof? So, but this is at a Carlos Carpa kind of detail or scale of detail, which I think is absolutely wonderful. So really well done. I'm sorry, guys, I have to run, but wonderful work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Everybody, Danielle, and I see you, Danielle, next week.
Yes, thank you so much, Georgina.
Okay, congrats to you all. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Ciao.
And maybe I can dovetail on that, like beautiful comments. I'm kind of wondering, like, there seems to be these two spaces that are almost creating these two. It seems like this project is a spatial poché. That there's like the poché of the archive is inhabited both, and it's like this super dense, and then the poché of the projection is this very spatial moment where I think the handrails are really interesting because they're a moment where the edge is evident, whereas everything else, the edge is the smooth condition that creates a total continuous topology that works really well with projection. And so in a way, like if you think of James Turrell projections, there are no edges, and that's why it's so, the spaces become so magical. And so I think that's something that could be really interesting in terms of understanding how do you qualify certain tectonic decisions relative to the program that you're setting up, which I think is super beautiful. And maybe another note on projection, I don't know if you know the project RGB by the couple Karnowski, the artists Karnowski. They project.
Yeah, no, I'm not familiar with that.
They project different colors, RGB, onto different wallpapers, and the wallpapers are CKMY, and so you begin to see different, or they're magenta, yellow, and cyan, and you begin to see different information under different color. And I think you should check it out. It's really interesting. In the museum, the Maeta Museum in Philadelphia, they have a really beautiful anatomy book by them as well. And you could look at the different layers of skin. So I was kind of thinking about your projection and how that becomes a way of viewing artifacts. And I was thinking that could be a really interesting reference for you to look at, and how projection could really be a way of curating our vision and understanding. And that's something that is temporal and changing. And I really love the site plan. I actually think it's super simple. in maintaining the courtyard, but very precise work. And generally, I just love the poetic and precision of your text and of the project in general. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I very short comment. Very much agree with these previous comments and Georgina's question about the two tectonics. One of the things that also came to mind to me when I was listening to your project's descriptions and choices was, what's the structure of it? Like, which parts hold what? So that makes a big difference. So I know this project is in a different phase. There's different goals for what this semester was about. But if we had to literally think of what holds what, your project would immediately have these ideas that there are elements that are continuous through the project, that are these projection areas that are more like part of their vertical condition, but which connects them with the horizontal, but then the horizontal is connected with the stairs. And so one could say, oh, there's a lot of structure going through this to make it look like this, but this continuity is actually, cut into these particular places. That's how the economy of the structuring works. Or it could reveal really different tectonics, like your floors with stairs hold the walls, or vice versa. The walls hold a suspended series of bridges where we walk. And that would be another revelation. Thinking about it in this kind of separation would reveal to you perhaps, yes, those different tectonics, and that would allow you to think about as well communicating spaces of different natures that now are secluded, they're segregated. So that's just something to think about, that perhaps sometimes asking questions like that, they don't have to be solved, but they do ask other questions about what connects with what. So anyway, but it's it's a great project, and I really love the way you rendered the skin. And I think you could even show more of the objects of projection that you were thinking about as they go through different layers, and how you would make the layers mediate that content. I think it's really provocative, that skin, really.
Thank you. It's actually kind of funny that you mentioned structure too, because since I was able to 3D print the actual structure model, I was able to play around with load on it and stuff, and I was able to put a regular size common brick on top of this model without it bending, warping, or anything like that. So structurally, at least, it's a very solid geometry, and that's kind of what would be holding everything up, I guess, in that way, is this.
I just want to say, really awesome project. I really enjoy both the presentation, the representation, and it's the way it's dealing with the site. One of the things that I love the most is just I'm panning between the kind of exterior renders and the chunk model, etc. And it's so entropic, but then you go to the section and it's just super rational because it's just a minimal surface, cut and dry. And so I like that you've managed to kind of mediate between those two. And then also, just because it's a minimal surface, you're inherently dealing with very clear front and back of house. And because the museum's program requires that as well. But then to basically say that the back of house is a space that doesn't contain anything physical is a good concept. And I appreciate that also in the context of what the studio is trying to do in terms of the decolonization, returning of these artifacts, etc. And so to think that it's more or less poché at that point, but it's really just containing light, and the light is the representation of that object. I don't know. I think that's a interesting premise for how you start to deal with and start to think about secondary space in a building such as this. But anyways, commend you on this project and congrats.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to be also brief. I just need to move on to another review in 5 minutes. So,
thank you.
But yeah, sure. It's really, really interesting, and I think you have a very thorough understanding of Toyo Ito's opera house. I interviewed them a few years ago, and I think that's incredibly maximized in your model. And to be more precise, it's the interesting part of this topology is that by itself it's inherently structural. And the problem that they told me was to terminate that structural moment. It's just all the way continuous, and at some moment they have to cut it off, right? And they actually did, right? And they actually did, and as a result is because the program, the opera house, they need to enclose that. They can't put the glazing all over, right? So as a result, they have this kind of massive gray wall. It's just a wall, you know. It's kind of interesting in that way, but you know that was the outcome. But here, like what you're doing is a bit different or beyond that. And what I mean by that is you're intentionally trying to create the aperture, the opening, by slicing it out. And if you actually look at the existing building, the way that the apertures are existing there is completely opposite. They are punching the hole to create the aperture, right? That's a traditional building, traditional apertures. But your thing, your design is rather slicing it off and to create an aperture. That's a super provocative operation. I think that's I would say with the layering technique, I think that's your invention. That's your discovery of the technique through this project. So I would interrogate those moments. I think there's more that you can delve into, and I think that's gonna be probably inform you of more things further than this project. So, well, great project. It's amazing to be able to see and listen to your presentation, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Ryo, for
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Danielle, everybody.
Yeah, it's nice to see you. Well, I think we can also start to, you know, if there's last comments for this project, or if we want to transition to
Michael, I just want to add one thing,
yeah.
you know, specifically about this project. I think, you know, there's been a lot of allusions to kind of precedent there that have used the minimal surface as a model, right? Certainly Toyo Ito is one of them. I think, you know, the innovation for me seems to be, you know, is that kind of layering system that you are, let's say, not looking at it as a monolithic surface anymore. This is starting to offset, and what you're doing with creating this kind of literal and phenomenal sort of transparency and translucency going through there, I think there could be a lot of innovation there. And I get really excited about that when I see those drawings. One thing I would say for your portfolio, though, would be like if you go to that image there, I guess the sort of the axon, and then it has the green surface outside of it. I think right there, and it's due to the time of this project. I know this is a fast 5-week project and all this, and you've been concentrated there. But I think for your portfolio, I wonder how you could take that sort of delaminated concept and move it into a tactic for organizing, let's say, landscape tectonics, right? So it wouldn't be the same that's working on your building, right? And it wouldn't be the continuous project of just making the landscape the same as the building. But I think right now, the way that it appears, it appears very pedestrian compared to the radicalness of what you're proposing for the skin of the building. And I think, you know, it would just help you a little bit, you know, take a step away, finish all your other finals. But when you have a little bit of time to come back in and start to say, well, what would be the appropriate landscape to receive this radicalness, right? And I think you could push it under there and just take more ownership as a designer over that territory, because the void space in that landscape are absolutely incredible, right? Especially given the fact that you have, I think, you know, chosen to kind of complete that sort of fourth wall of the courtyard. Then I think as a designer, you're responsible for the courtyard, right? That you've created. And the courtyard could be really fantastic public space. And it gives you also another kind of arena and scale and tectonics to take on the innovation in the project and push it so that it has a certain multiplicity that can sort of operate as organizer of groundscape and as facade or these kind of things. And what would be that difference? You know, maybe it happens at different scales. Maybe it doesn't look the same. Maybe it's more about the concept coming into it or something along those lines. But I just think, yeah, and that image, you know, it's just, for me, if I'm looking through past portfolios, it desires a landscape that has dialogue with all of your innovation of the kind of, let's say, built form, right?
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Maybe we can.
I can
last
jump in.
comments. Okay. We can also open this up. Thank you, Michael. We can also open this up to kind of final comments, and thank you guys all for sticking around past our time. But yeah, Ezio had last comments for this.
Sure. I mean, I would probably also can offer it as an opening to general comments. Michael, I mean, obviously you've done an incredible job, and like like the fact that you persist, right? Like there was a early moment in the semester where you guys were working on your pavilion proposal that like had that moment of multiple layer, like rethinking the poche in a very how should I say, like transparent way, in a very digital way, right? Like if you will, because you were defining basically this field that you can make contours of, and trying to address this through material, but also having the ability to fold concepts and let's say ideas about organization of the museum all the way to its cultural significance and how it, you know, how it participates in a cultural arena, all in just between, right, like two different membranes and what happens in between them. I think it's fascinating. But I think that was also kind of a reoccurring theme in many of the projects that we saw today, which is how do you use grain and let's say perspective or even organizational space as to convey those particular ideas. It's interesting to me that, kind of going back to Andrew's last comment, that you choose not to go to the courtyard, but to attack the facade of the building, in allowing for the courtyard to be this kind of public arena that is untouched. And I mean, that's how I see that you set up your dialectics, that this kind of hologram type of tomographic cloud of information, of digitized post-colonial display of objects, right? That would replace what we typically have as walls in museums. And that's how you perceive that thickness of field in that archive, in that initial diagram that sets up this building. And you think of this as an extension to the existing museum itself, that it needs to be, it needs to filter through the rest of the building as such, right, as the institution. It's I do agree that like there are moments where this thing can come out even further, right? I mean, it's really hard, in fact, what you're trying to do with various different layers of transparency, and to be able to render that while also capturing a kind of a ghostly object inside of it is a really compelling and evocative picture. And I think that you all guys, in fact, kind of can strive to bring this forward into many projects to come. Looking forward. It's a really beautiful ambition that kind of not only your team shared early on in the semester, but I think it's a testament to like some of the research that was happening materially and conceptually in the studio.
Thank you, Ezio.
All right. Well, this is, I know we're at the end here. So, you know, if anyone had like wrap up comments, you know, it's been this fall has been really fun with these guys and gals. And of course, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and I just want to congratulate all of the students for their amazing dedication to the work and believing in it. And you know, this group is fantastic. And it's been a pure pleasure to be with you guys. So it's wonderful to see how it all turned out. But if you guys, you know, have any comments, last kind of send off feedback for these guys, they probably really appreciate it.
Yeah,
but thank you to the jury.
I really thank you so much for having me. It was really wonderful to be here all day, and I thought the work was really excellent. I thought that you operated on so many levels of resolution, and you had some philosophical ideas, some tectonic ideas, urban questions. So I think you tackled them in a really interesting way, and the conversation was wonderful. So I think you should really be commended for super solid projects. And I know they're super short too. So that's, great job. Like, I'm really impressed.
Yeah, for first semester and given the circumstances, really incredible amount of work. I know first semester is always divided into like those 3 short projects. So then to be able to kind of produce as much as all of y'all have is pretty incredible, especially when you're not in studio and your other colleagues aren't keeping you awake when they need to. You're kind of isolated and forced to work on your own. But yeah, I think the breadth of the discussion today was really inspiring, and I think that the fact that all of you can come to such a profoundly different end results from starting at all the same point, I think is really speaks to like your voice as architects, and I think that you have to keep listening to that voice as you progress and developing that as you go through the rest of your time at Penn. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. Really amazing work, really amazing studio as always, Danielle. It's really nice to come back after like 6-7 years to see your students evolve, and but also having all those incense of the studio quality, and the projects are very well articulated, and I see it's definitely evolved from different levels. Some of the students who work are definitely under level, I would say. So I'm really excited to see all your work. Really amazing job. Thank you for having me.
Hi, Chao.
Hi, Mia. How are you?
Good. We were in 501 at the same time.
We were building a physical pavilion together.
No, I just wanted to echo what everyone else said. I think it was really, really great work. Even under the circumstances, I was extremely impressed. I think something that was great was a lot of you guys already started to develop these very specific and strong interests, and so it's good. And I think I would encourage you to pick it up as a larger project through your time at Penn, to explore these ideas that you started with in 501 and just continue them. And I think that would be my lasting advice. But yeah, great job.
Great work, everyone. Very, very impressive, taking into account everything, but also in of itself, the work is great. Congratulations.
Carla, what is your background? I'm curious.
Background or?
Your
I'm an architect. Oh, my background. I'm sorry, I'm an architect.
Your image.
This is the Crave Lab, which is an immersive studio up at RPI that I've been working in. It's several disciplines work in this place. So like, faculty decide to work there, and I do that.
It's pretty cool. It looks right out of a movie, though.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I'm only going to echo what everybody else already said. But yeah, it's really, every year it's impressive to see the work that's being done in like half a semester rather than a full semester. On your first year at Penn, this year it's even more impressive because you were able to do that in conditions that that are more difficult. But I hope the one thing, it's so nice to have also Penn graduates like come to the review, and this feeling of community that maybe has been more difficult this year, especially being on your first year at Penn. But I hope that this final review and the opportunity to hear from people that may, it's in a way it's easier to do final reviews at this pandemic because everybody can just jump in on Zoom. So I hope that you do feel like gratified with all this work that you produce. It's really impressive, and I think everybody really enjoyed this conversation. So congratulations.
Thank you, guys. So much happens when you don't have a physical model, right?
I was gonna say, I felt like doing all the digital stuff was way easier since we
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
have to be in person. Maybe that's just me.
Absolutely.
Way more time to
Oh.
focus on that stuff.
Well, thank you to all the critics. I don't know if Ezio had one last thing you wanted to say. You're good? Okay. Thank you so much to all the critics that came. It's so lovely to see all you guys. You know, and I really appreciated your feedback and your support to everyone. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to mix that again. And yeah, thank you so much. I would love to do like actual drinks with you guys. So maybe I'll send you guys like an email if you have time at some point to do some drinks, virtual drinks, unfortunately. But again, thank you for joining so much. I think I'll take this off the live stream, and again, I'll let you guys go. But I don't know if the students want to say anything to the critics before we let them go. I'd love to talk to the students a little bit after. But did you guys want to say anything to the critics?